never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And away we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to have you with us. As our listening friends begin to jump on board as we make our way into a Friday. Who's ready for the weekend? I asked that question on the stream. Young Colton said he's ready for the weekend. Gonna be doing some camping this weekend, are you, Colton? And we'll check in with some of our listening friends here in a few minutes. Once more people get online and start, again, checking in from around the country. How we looking on a Friday? Can you say TGIF? 16th day of July coming on. Hey, well, about this time, 24 hours ago, we were looking at a cluster of showers, thunderstorms. We were talking severe thunderstorms, had a number of tornado warnings. You know, all that action's dropped a little further south and east as we head into our Friday morning. Not really seeing a whole lot of, matter of fact, we don't even have any severe thunderstorm watches, no tornado watches, but there are some clusters of pretty heavy thunderstorms, especially just to the east and southeast of Wichita, Kansas. They are prompting a few severe thunderstorm warnings right over toward the line with southwestern Missouri. Otherwise, you've got spotty showers, thunderstorms, definitely some pockets of heavy rain. Let's see, we'll see some rains pushing through Jefferson City. A little bit further to the east, there's kind of a break in the action along I-44 through Rolla, Missouri. But you got heavy storms to the southeast and heavy storms to the northwest of I-44. Illinois, on over further in southern Illinois. Quite a bit of shower and thunderstorm activity tonight from Carbondale to Benton. Westward back to St. Genevieve, northward. St. Louis has seen some rain. Most of the heavy stuff is off to the east, Greenville, Illinois, all the way up into Champaign, Illinois. As a matter of fact, you've got a soggy night, some spotty thunderstorms then through parts of Indiana as well. A lot of rain north of Indianapolis. You've got rain in Muncie. Some individual cells, a little bit further south of Indianapolis as well. We put those in motion. They may actually push through south. It looks like mostly the south side of Indianapolis over the next few hours, but you may get woke up to a rumble of thunder if you're trying to sleep in that area. Back out a little further, the broader picture, not a whole lot going on in Ohio at this hour. There is one cluster of thunderstorms just to the west of Columbus, rolling along I-70. You may roll into some pretty heavy rain. It shouldn't last too long, but again, these torrential downpours, just blinding rains with these individual cells that you might run through. We'll back out, look at the bigger picture elsewhere around the country. Still some monsoonal moisture in, southeastern portions of Nevada, southwestern Utah again tonight. Not nearly as much as we were looking at 24 hours ago, but that's actually in the forecast to change over the weekend as they anticipate the monsoon moisture will really begin to broaden. We'll see many more areas with some pockets of heavy rain, flash flood concerns, and debris flows. I saw some video out of the Phoenix area from, I believe it was Wednesday, a couple days ago anyway, when a thunderstorm was dropping torrential rain a good ways off. It wasn't raining at the scene, but someone was out there with their camera to capture the rapid mud flow, flash flooding that occurs. All the sticks and debris and the brush and the mud, it comes out of nowhere. It can catch you unawares. So they advise, especially people that are camping and things of that nature out there, to be aware of your surroundings. On up into, before we get into our forecast as we head to the weekend, it was kind of an unusual scenario. Several injuries actually confirmed after an unusual tornado tore through the city of Barrie Thursday afternoon. This is about 71 miles north of Toronto in a city in Ontario, Canada. Tornado left several individuals injured and seriously damaged a number of homes. According to the police spokesperson, the damage is catastrophic. It's significant, major. Photos of the aftermath revealing homes, chunks taken away from the roofs, shattered windows, debris-littered lawns, cars in some instances flipped upside down. Tornado struck the city about 2:30 Thursday afternoon. Police were responding to multiple reports of damage in southeast Barrie after the tornado tore through. Environment Canada's warning preparedness forecaster said the tornado was confirmed Thursday by the agency's data, along with, of course, images shared via social media. The agency doesn't yet have a good idea of the length or the width of the path of damage as it first pushed through. But the mayor said we wanted to thank the first responders, asking residents to avoid the area of Prince William Way and Mapleview in southeast Barrie. The premier, Ontario's Premier Doug Ford, also thanking first responders, saying his thoughts are with those affected by the weather. They told reporters this is only the third tornado in Barrie. One of the eyewitnesses, actually, that since he's been there in his entire lifetime, tornadoes are not common in this region, but they can still occur, obviously, on occasion. Strong winds, heavy rain, more common for the city to experience, but they had temperatures in the 80s as the tornado formed. A cold front was pushing into the area, bringing with it some rain and some heavy thunderstorms. The forecast for that city is more rain and showers Friday into Saturday. They're not anticipating more severe weather. But looking at some of the photographs there, it was rather destructive. Well, for our friends in the Northeast, you had a decent reprieve from the rain on Thursday. Again, it was going to be rather short-lived as the next jet stream dip is going to reload over the Midwest later on Friday afternoon. Showers and thunderstorms may begin to repopulate the sky over the eastern Great Lakes and the central Appalachians. Storms may hold off over much of the I-95 zone and the beaches for Friday. But the heat and humidity, that's going to be a different story. Temperature at Philadelphia International Airport broke into the lower 80s Thursday morning. Temperatures around Baltimore nearly made it to 90 degrees. Highs today forecast to range from near 90 in Boston and New York City, mid-90s, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. Now, showers and thunderstorms are going to expand over much of the Northeast Saturday. Perhaps an exception for some of the mid-Atlantic beaches and maybe northern Maine. But with more extensive cloud cover over the weekend, highs are forecast to trend a little bit lower into the 80s. Overnights, it's going to be quite warm and muggy, lows mainly in the 70s. We may see enough dry air filter in from Canada to bring the humidity levels and turn off the downpours for parts of the eastern Great Lakes and northwestern New England on Sunday. But much of the balance of the region, you're going to stay unsettled with a lot of humidity. Many areas in the mid-Atlantic looking at dew points in the middle 70s. Very sticky, oppressive. You can feel the moisture in the air when you step out the door. All right, let's see. Many areas in the mid-Atlantic are going to experience more of those mid-70 dew points this weekend and even in early next week. Looks like the forecast for next week in the Northeast still coming together. Several different scenarios. We touched on some of those last evening. Meanwhile, here it comes again. July is typically the hottest month of the year in much of the United States, but even by July standards, the northern Rockies, the high plains are about to endure another period of exceptional warmth. It's been a hot summer out west for many areas. That pattern's going to continue as we head into the weekend and early next week. Another, you've heard this term numerous times this summer, what they call a heat dome is going to become established in the northern Rockies. Temperatures will skyrocket once again. Now, even before the heat wave gets underway in earnest above normal temperatures, this is something that's been typical for the last several weeks out there. High temperatures in Great Falls, Montana, for example, have been at or above normal all but one day since June the 26th. Similar trends have been present in much of the interior Northwest. That heat's going to intensify this weekend. We're going to be talking some triple-digit temperatures expected. Could see some records in jeopardy. Billings, Montana, for example, is anticipated to have temperatures approaching record highs this weekend. Projected high for Saturday, 99 degrees, just below the record of 101 back in 1937. Sunday's record of 104 from 1955 could be tied. Triple-digit temperatures forecast to go even higher into early next week. Monday's forecast high temperature of 105 would equal the record set back in 1960. So even Billings, Montana, baking this summer. Bozeman, Montana, another place where records may fall. The most likely day for that will be next Monday, where they're forecast to hit 107 degrees. Current record is 105. So again, we have excessive heat watches already in effect in parts of Montana, but it's not the only state where record highs may be tied or broken. Heat's going to expand into Idaho, Wyoming, Utah. Heat wave will extend again into parts of Alberta and Saskatchewan in southern Canada. Although record-challenging heat will be present, temperatures will be held back slightly there. There's the chance that smoke from some of the nearby wildfires are going to keep the sky hazy, which could curb a little bit of the heat there. While this may hold the temperatures down a little bit, the downside is going to be the poor air quality. where the smoke is most dense. If you have respiratory ailments, you may also have difficulty breathing. Yeah, staying indoors is the recommendation there, especially during the heat of the day. Going to need to stay hydrated, wear light-colored clothing, limit your strenuous outdoor activity. Another danger, of course, will be thunderstorms with the drought already ongoing. Any thunderstorms likely to produce more lightning than rain. So the fire risk will be high. Temperatures decline a little bit later next week, but no cool weather is expected anytime soon. Extreme heat's going to relent slightly as next week continues, but they're anticipating temperatures are still going to remain above normal for the dog days of summer here in the month of July. Under our industry headlines, well, we've got quite a mess down in Georgia. Yeah, there are some bridges in this country that have issues without any sort of provocation. Yeah, others might need a little nudge to really show what they're made of, and that's what has occurred. Such a nudge in the form of a tractor-trailer type dump truck. Not your typical short dump truck, but the big, long dump truck. This is another scenario several weeks ago. What was it, in the D.C. area? We had a dump truck like that going down the highway with the bed up. The dump bed was up. Hit the pedestrian overpass, brought it down on the interstate there. In this case, it did not bring the bridge down, but very, very close. It's incredible. If you haven't seen the photos, this dump truck was rolling down I-16. The bed extended up, struck the bridge, disconnected itself from the chassis of the truck. The impact, though, shifted the entire bridge off its footings. And we're not talking by inches, we're talking feet. According to reports, moved this segment of the bridge nearly 6 feet. So for those doubting that the bridge was pushed over that much, as many apparently are, the Georgia DOT on Facebook said, y'all are killing me. The center line shifted just under 6 feet. Yeah, their social media person added, bro, we've had people out there. It's just under 6 feet. Not sure why that's the biggest thing you get from this, but the interstate is closed in both directions. Traffic over the bridge, of course, is closed as well. Again, shifting as much as 6 feet. It's just incredible that that section of the bridge did not come down on I-16 down below. There's a series of detours that have been set up in the meantime to get people moving around the dangerous bridge. There's no solid timeline for fully restoring the flow of traffic. I was listening to a press conference with Governor Kemp a bit earlier, and he was suggesting, they're going to have to take down that bridge. I believe they're going to work on fixing 16 first. And the way he made it sound, it's going to be at least probably sometime late next week before they'll have the opportunity to even have maybe one lane in each direction up and running. So it's a very fluid situation. So here's what we got. The closure between exit 71 and exit 78, both directions on I-16. They're still evaluating the situation. The recommendation is find a different route, no kidding. But they do have the following detours currently in place, according to the Georgia DOT. The westbound traffic detour would be take exit 78, turn right on Highway 221 north, left on US 80 west, go through the town of Adrian, then left on State Route 15, then you re-enter I-16 down at exit 71. It's kind of a reversal of the process for the eastbound detour. You'll see the signs in place. If I heard correctly, I think the governor said it's going to add about 10 additional miles to the trek. But I'm thinking the 10 miles time-wise is only going to be exacerbated because you're going to have so many more vehicles on the skinny roads versus the interstate. Traffic is going to be very congested. All right, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution said westbound I-16 will be restored first. And there you go, because 21,000 vehicles use that route every day. I-16, apparently, that's the very popular route for those traveling from, say, Atlanta to Savannah and other Georgia beaches there in southwest Georgia. Now, the location where this occurred is about 155 miles from Atlanta. But that's going to be another headache for travelers out there, probably for at least several weeks, the way it sounds. The government made it sound like it is a very, very, this is a kind of a unique bridge construction, whatever this one is. The way it was built, it's going to be a very tedious, complicated project in order to bring it down and rebuild. So, amazingly, no injuries. Had that segment of the bridge come down, though, we would have likely probably been talking about numerous injuries, probably fatalities. And so that's our top industry headline here on a Friday morning before we get to our first break and then on ultimately to your calls. Who all's checking in? Yeah. Hello, Colton. You got to be the first out of the box this morning. Timothy's with us. Todd says, hey, y'all. Hey, I saw your photograph. I shared it, actually, on Facebook, Todd. Had some nice apparel you had on. Got a Steve Sommers Overnight Drive T-shirt and hat on, sporting the gear. Thanks for supporting the show, Todd. Captain Ron checking in from Ocala, Florida this morning. One Crazy Ray, happy Friday from West Michigan, 65 at this hour. Bill checks in from South Carolina. Kyle's with us again tonight. Long week running I-75, according to Colton. Okay, morning, Steve from Fuzzy. Couple of grandkids, took the grandkids to Kings Island. Yeah, rode a bunch of rides, got stuck on the Blue Racer, really? Yeah, it's amazing. That roller coaster has been there since the inception of that park. I'm really surprised it's still up and running, but yeah, it's a tradition. Pappy said just started to rain a little bit. It was nice sitting on the back deck, had a fire going. It's out now. I didn't think we had any rain in our forecast, did we? Maybe just a little pop-up shower or something. Yeah, Timothy, you like that shirt? Yeah, I broke it. I wore that the 4th of July week, but I try to rotate and try not to wear the same stuff every week. Let's see. Jeff says morning or maybe good night, whichever you prefer. Pappy likes the shirt as well. Justin, I'm in Indianapolis, a little on the soggy side out here. Morning, Steve, and everybody. Truck safe out there tonight. Monty Python says, good morning, Your Honor. Let's see. Morning, Steve. Have a great weekend. The Southwest Wisconsin Milkman going camping for the weekend. All right. Enjoy some time out there with Mother Nature. Richard checks in from Central Florida, 77 degrees. Wishing Steve and everybody a pleasant day. Let's see. Just Teach, a beautiful 79 degrees, traveling 84 east through Hartford, Connecticut. Good to have you with us, Just Teach. He's a once-in-a-blue-moon kind of caller, but he's out there listening in. Happy Friday from Rochester, New York, 78 degrees, partly cloudy, feels like 82, the humidity in the air. Humidity like 68%. And one more, Buckeye Boy checking in from Albuquerque, 75 degrees, dry, low humidity, 43%. Some other guest and I got woke up last night by a thunderstorm rolling through. Anyway, right now, finishing up my 34-hour reset. I'll be heading out in the morning, headed to Tennessee for the Monday pickup. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Great to have you all with us. All right, we get a break in here, rolling into a Friday. Our number is 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, by the way, Friday means we got some Dumbass of the Week nominees. They're back. And I gotta delve into, if this is nominee number one, I haven't even been through the rest of them yet, but this is, Brain Dead typically sends me like 5 nominees, and if this is nominee number 5, I can't wait to see what the rest are. Oh, let's see. Worcester, Mass. A woman arrested at a McDonald's drive-thru in Worcester, Mass. After she stopped for some chicken nuggets in the middle of a wild police chase. 38-year-old Johanna Gardell was being chased by police following reports of a stolen vehicle, according to Worcester police. The police chased her. She refused to pull over for around 2 hours. During the chase, she ran red lights. She drove in the wrong direction. She rammed into several other vehicles, including 2 police cruisers. A police officer was hospitalized, non-life-threatening injuries after she hit and dragged the officer. She was eventually located at a McDonald's drive-thru. Using the stolen truck's GPS tracking device, she was ordering chicken nuggets, and they actually held her up. According to the owner of the stolen truck, she tried to escape the cops but ended up in a flower bed. She did strike a cop before being apprehended. Now facing 15 charges, including assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, leaving the scene of an accident with property damage, resisting arrest, being held without bail, pending a dangerousness hearing. Previous arrests. Oh, well, she has a few for dealing MDMA, crack cocaine, heroin, fentanyl. So I guess she's known by the police. She was just going on down the line. All right, let's get to our calls this morning. Hello, Captain Ron.
Good morning. How are you?
Happy Friday.
It's Friday. One day closer to Monday.
Yeah, that's you. You're the guy that always says that. One day close. You're always looking forward to Monday, the best day of the week, right?
Right. I sent you the email about that, Bridge. I don't know if you got it. What's your correct email address?
Steve, Steve, at hotshotsecret.com.
Okay, there's not an S after hot shot?
That is, I was going to say that. That is correct. No, it's hot shot, no S at the end. Hotshot, then secret.com.
well, you might not have got it then.
If you put two S's in there,
Anyway,
I didn't get it. Yeah,
I haven't. Right.
Yep.
I've never heard of tornadoes that far north up there.
I don't think
That's
most.
crazy.
I don't think most of the people that live there have heard much of them either.
I guess it got hot enough to
Yep.
stir it up, I guess. Anyway, red tide. We've got a pretty bad red tide down here. I went to bed this morning and they had already hauled off about 700 tons, but when I got up this evening, it's up to 800 tons, right around St. Pete, Pinellas County. I don't know where Knucklebuster's coming to Florida, but I hope he's not coming to St. Pete. Pretty smelly situation.
I'm not sure exactly where he was going, but yeah, I've saw something about the red tide, and yeah, I mean, what, thousands and thousands of dead fish and turtles and all kind of sea life.
It's pretty nasty from what I'm gathering. I don't smell anything from my house, but I'm 4 or 5 miles off of the coast, so I don't know. I haven't smelled anything yet. Of course, I'm not going to go down there either looking for it.
Yeah, who wants to?
That's one of the places we go to sometimes every now and then is that St. Pete Pier, but I guess that's where it's really bad. But anyway, that's about all I got for the night. I was just wondering if you got about that bridge when I called, but you have more information than the email that I tried to send.
Well, several people had sent me some info and whatnot. I'm looking at a post that someone put up here several hours ago, actually from the Georgia DOT. So I guess they did kind of update things. Now, their report says that the goal is to have a single lane in each direction reopen sometime this weekend. Then full travel on both sides by or before July the 24th, which would be a week from tomorrow. So that'd be a little quicker than I thought they'd be able to. They do say the bridge will come down. All right, so then they've got, given the traffic volumes, we would encourage folks find a totally alternate route beyond the official detour that they have in place there. But he's not kidding about the red tide. Got more on that. Matter of fact, I had a little story that I saved up from several days ago. And we had that tropical system, actually hurricane, remember, that came in. What was her name here? About a week and a half ago. And, coming right up toward the Tampa area. And I thought that would really, churn up the waters and maybe disperse the whole red tide thing along the Gulf Coast side, but apparently didn't. But more ahead. Our number, 844-844-3388. News break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Surgeon General has issued an advisory.
Today, we live in a world where misinformation poses an imminent and insidious threat to our nation's health.
Vivek Murthy is calling for a nationwide effort to stop the spread of dangerous misinformation about COVID-19.
All of us have to ask how we can be more accountable and responsible for the information that we share. And those of us who may have larger platforms, I think, bear a greater responsibility.
He says the false claims have led people to reject vaccines and public health officials, putting people at risk. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is to be interviewed on Saturday by investigators with the state attorney general's office, which are looking into sexual harassment allegations against him. The Democratic governor has been accused by several women of inappropriate touching and offensive remarks. He's apologized and said he's learned an important lesson about his behavior around women. This is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly, with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, Pappy had mentioned that, hey, it just started raining outside his home 20 there. Yeah, he lives in the same region as I do. As I step out the bunker, and lo and behold, yeah, we had a little shower push through. I do see a little lightning off to the north up toward the Hamilton-Butler County line. It's a little light of thunderstorms that just kind of popped up in the last hour or so. Right now, you got some rain extending from, say, just north of downtown Cincinnati all the way up into just to the east of Hamilton. So that'll be crossing I-75 right about now. Yeah, it'll be crossing I-71 here in the next little bit. Yeah, get a little further north up toward Dayton. You got more scattered showers and thunderstorms. I mentioned all that action in Indiana, up toward Indianapolis. You're going to run through some pretty decent thunderstorms as you roll along 74 between Cincinnati and Indianapolis. See them just kind of cropping up and just, a lot more rain back toward Terre Haute, though. I-65, seeing a lot of heavy rains. So, the trend's going to continue through the overnight hours and into early Friday. As we were heading into the break there, though, Captain Ron mentioned the red tide. I had the story of a guy, Glenn Nigan, that drove his boat out onto Tampa Bay last Sunday afternoon. He didn't bother to bring his fishing rod. The 38-year-old native had cast lines into the bay since he was a child, but all he could see last weekend was tragedy, endless death, as he described it. Dead eels, dead baby sea turtles, tons and tons of dead fish. He says, I've never seen it this bad. Now, he fishes both in tournaments and commercially. He said the dead fish have been washing up on the shores of Tampa Bay since last early June. The red tide, these large blooms of toxic algae that spread through the waters, they can obviously harm the sea creatures, and they can harm humans as well. Since Tropical Storm Elsa swept through Florida last week, the problem has actually become worse, apparently, as strong winds pushed scores of dead fish onto the shores of St. Petersburg, surrounding the residents and visitors with the smell of rotting death. Tampa Bay is really sick right now, really extraordinarily bad. According to a Florida-based lawyer and environmental advocate, conditions that we haven't seen in decades, he says. Last Friday, cleaning crews had collected 15 tons of dead fish. After 10 days of cleaning up, officials said during a press conference, 9 tons of those fish were picked up in the last 24 hours. The push of water from Elsa has seemed definitely pushed in more of the fish kills from the red tide. I would not have expected that. But all right, so there you go. Let's get back to the calls here on a Friday morning. TGIF, horse feathers hanging there, got you coming up. Let's get an update from Rambler checking in. Hey, how we doing, Rambler? Happy Friday.
Well, happy Friday, Steve, and hello, Overdrive Night Nation. God's children, glad to be talking to you. Yeah, I just got a quick update on my father, Dirty Diapers. This was as of 4:50 p.m. today. The x-ray has showed fluid on his lungs, but they did use a needle to get all that out. They suspected he had a stroke, but the neurosurgeon come in and ruled that out, so no, he hadn't had a stroke, so praise God for that.
Okay.
They can't do a CT scan on him because he is still doing on a ventilator, but he is breathing on his own. They're looking at taking the ventilator out tomorrow. He does wake up every time someone comes in the room. He wakes up on his own, and he can't talk with the ventilator. Of course, he's lost complete hearing in his right ear, and he's partially deaf in his left ear, so they got to get right up next to him and talk. But he is, writes down, what he's requesting, and I think the first thing that Dirty Diapers wrote down was tell him, hey, I got to pee. So, and they didn't bother telling him, well, don't worry, we done took care that you got the catheter in you,
Yeah.
So, at least, but I told it'd be my third cousin, his niece. She's up there with him at Emory Memorial to tell him that not only does his son love him, but I made sure to tell her, I said, let him know that the Overnight Drive Nation, Steve Sommers, and everyone is thinking about him, praying for him. I told him the other night, folks were calling up, asking about him, and he tried to smile. He can't really do that with the ventilator, but he gave the thumbs up and the okay for the Overdrive Night Nation. And so that's pretty awesome. I want to thank Disneyland Phillip, Eskimo Mama, and so many others. And I tell you, I get a kick out of Gilligan, and he reminds me of another Hollywood. I think they were in cahoots together, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I really believe so.
Right.
I mean, it's this cookbook, because Pop got a kick out of that. He's like, cooking cicadas? I said, yeah, Pop, it's all a gag, you know, kind of like the way it used to be back in the old days, you know. And so he just likes hearing Big Moose and Heat Wave and all them going at it. We all get a kick out of it. It's fun and helps pass the time. And like right now, I'm on Highway 98, heading up here to Hattiesburg. Shout out to Mercury, man. I know I think he drives for Sizeville or U.S. Foods. He'll be coming down south, so I'm sure we'll pass one another eventually. But, God, I just can't thank y'all enough. And, you know, everyone who's been praying for my father, man, I can't thank you enough. And, Steve, I can't thank you. You know, everything like that. And I'll keep you updated. Now that I know what your email address, I put that down in the contact info. So any more updates, I'll email you over the weekend. And, you know, I don't run on, Sunday night, Monday morning. And if I had known you were begging for callers, I would have got up and called just to talk trash. But, you know. But I didn't know, brother. I was in bed doing like a normal person, as your dad used to say. I'm actually going to be normal tonight and sleep at night. So, but Steve, God bless you. Thank you, and everyone out there. I just want to say that I love you. Thank you for your prayers and if you're not a praying person, thank you for your good vibes or your warm thoughts, whatever you want to say. And look, Dirty Diapers loves y'all. Like I said, the best he can do is give a thumbs up and an okay, and that lets you know that he's thinking about y'all too. So, thanks, Steve. I'll talk to you later, bud.
Thank you so much for the update. Yeah, and like as they always say, take it one day at a time. But you know, having seen people on a ventilator, it's really difficult, and trying to write down what you want to say, and all right, well, the good Lord's looking over him. Let me share this with you, because if you're not a friend with me on Facebook, you probably haven't seen the update. I'm sure you can. It was on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. They shared it on that page. A little press release this past day. I got up this evening and just jumped over on Facebook, and I say, well, lo and behold, that's, here we grow again is the headline. Dateline, Mount Gilead, Ohio. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Show has expanded staff to include radio promotions and marketing professional Chad Hyland. Hyland joined the 5-hour overnight call-in talk show to assist with the day-to-day promotion and marketing of the 5-day-a-week, Monday through Friday show. As program manager, he is responsible for expanding distribution, coordinating advertising, daily operations, and the roadshow event setup. Formerly a marketing manager with iHeartMedia in Columbus, Hyland worked with a number of stations, WCOL FM, WTVN AM, WRXS FM, and WBWR FM. There, he created and executed targeted promotional strategies for the purpose of growing ratings and revenue, coordinated on-site events, worked as a liaison with sales to improve client engagement, began his broadcast career in 1994 as the promotion director and an on-air personality at 97 ZOK, 1440 WROK, and WXXQ 98.5 with Cumulus Broadcasting in Rockford, Illinois. With over 26 years in the industry, 20 of those in central Ohio, Highland was already very familiar with Steve Sommers and the format of the show featured on ATN in Cincinnati, the late-night show that aired for 36 years, targeting truckers and late-night shift workers from Kansas City to New York. Kyle Fisher, Hotshot Secret Director of Branding and Promotion, says, with the addition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show in January, we began our search for the right broadcast professional to manage and grow the show. Chad fits in seamlessly with our operations without a learning curve as we look to expand beyond Facebook, YouTube, and streaming apps like Spotify, Google Play. We were fortunate to find someone with established relationships to support our expansion plans. Highland adds, my great passion is radio. This is an unbelievable opportunity to show that passion by continuing to build up a nationally recognized program. I cannot thank Chris Gabrelchik enough for believing in Steve, this show, and its potential. I've appreciated the warm welcome and everyone's openness to new ideas as we work towards increasing listenership and advertising. Steve's show is gaining grounds daily. I'm excited to see where we go next. Of course, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can be heard at overnightdriveradio.com on the iPhone or Android app if you just simply type in overnightdriveradio.com. It's available on Amazon Music, Acast, Spotify, TuneIn, Google, Apple, iHeart Podcast. For more information, visit overnightdriveradio.com or follow the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook page. To keep up with the latest Hotshot Secret company and product news, it's always hotshotsecret.com. So how about that? Little press release. Thought I'd share that with you. We'll get back to the calls in a moment. Want to jump on board this Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Yes, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So, update on the Volvo strike that had been on and gone off and on since April. Striking blue-collar workers at the heavy truck plant in Southwest Virginia have narrowly, and they're not kidding there, ratified what the company said was the best, last, and final offer. Here's how close it was. 1,147 yays, 1,130 nays. But it passes. So that will suspend the on and off strike that began in April. However, unionized salaried workers voted against the pact 45-40, according to the UAW. Union spokesman in Detroit confirming the totals are accurate. The UAW said in a statement that the blue-collar members will return to their work for their Sunday and Monday shifts. About 2,900 workers represented by the UAW have been on strike at the Dublin, Virginia plant. They rejected 3 tentative contract agreements with local union negotiators, including the same contract that was ratified on Wednesday. All right, there you go. The democratic process has played out at Volvo Trucks, according to UAW members stood together through their strike, and now the overall agreement and hourly agreement have been ratified despite the company's actions earlier in the week. All right, it goes on from there, but there you go. That's back to work. Okay, so get things back in operations. Hey, good morning, Horse Feathers. Happy Friday.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Hey, I got the answer for you. You were talking about the heat and all that out there in the Midwest and Montana and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the problem is? It's climate change.
Oh.
Haven't you heard that? It's climate change. So I guess it's what? The internal combustion engine and all us bad trucks?
Yeah, it's all our fault.
Yeah, how about all those people worrying about the climate, flying around in their private jets, going to all these different things and owning multiple houses and all that other stuff? Maybe the stocks, what do they have stocks in? Companies that create pollution? Hey, I don't know. Just a thought. But anyway, it's good to hear a report there on dirty diapers. That's a uplifting way to start a Friday morning.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, so they can't, down there in Georgia, they can't just bring a couple cranes in and just lift that section of bridge up and just move it back over to where it was supposed to bend to begin with?
I don't think that would work.
I mean, if it just got pushed over by a truck, just a little bit, they should be able to just come in with a crane and pick it up and just slide it back sideways a little bit and put it back into place, you'd think.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. So, but anyways, hey, that deal in Washington, I don't think that was a regular dump truck. I think that was one of those roll-off chassis that, has the dumpster that they drop on the ground and then they just have the frame.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure it was one of those style trucks. It wasn't a regular dump truck. It didn't have a big bed on it or anything at the time, I don't think. I think it was just the frame itself that was up in the air. But I don't know how they're coming along with that. Is that they get any updates on that at all, or
no?
I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything pretty much since it happened.
The one in D.C.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Oddly enough, no, I haven't seen or heard anything about that one. We know the I-40 bridges. They found all kinds of additional work need done on the I-40 bridge.
I think about the best way to fix that bridge is with a few sticks of dynamite, isn't it?
Right.
Start again. But anyways, now you're talking about that red tide down there around Tampa there just a little bit ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened to that cesspool they had down there, whatever that was? They had them holding ponds with earthen dams, and the earthen dams were breaking, and they were trying to get rid of water. And weren't they running that out into Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
Worried about the stuff in there causing red tide?
They were, exactly, yeah. They were running that out. I mean, maybe that's why it's worse than they've ever seen.
I was thinking that. I mean, you started talking about that story, and I'm like, well, that's where they had to empty out all those ponds and that because of those earthen dams, and they're worried about losing the town or something, and all the flooding but yeah, all that went out into Tampa Bay, correct?
Yep, that's what the report at the time was. Nasty stuff.
So I don't know. Maybe we should check into that. Maybe more to the story. Maybe we need to get what Paul Harvey used to call the rest of the story.
Right.
I bet you there's more to that. We need some good investigative reporting here. Hey, speaking of investigative reporting, now we got the Olympics supposed to happen in less than 16 days or something? 15 days, 2 weeks? and they got no people going to be able to go watch the Olympics, right?
Mm-hmm.
How come Lester Holt was on the NBC News last night saying, I'm going to be live at the Olympics to do coverage? Well, if you can't have fans there, why do you want the news people and all the people that have to do the news to get the news out and all that? Don't you think they should have when they had the baseball last year with the COVID, the baseball announcers, they weren't at the stadium. They were watching on a video screen. They were announcing. They weren't at the ballpark.
They were, yeah, they were. Everything was, you're right about that. They were all watching on a television screen kind of thing. I think Cincinnati was one of the locations where they were doing that from, if memory serves. Well, Lester Holt, he's not a fan. He's the media. And I'm guessing they'll have a central location where, they'll be stationed and everything will be kind of on the video screens. I don't think he's going to be out there reporting from the venues and all that. I wouldn't think, but. All right, rolling towards top of the hour. News update just ahead here. We got an email, couple of emails. Let's check in here from Norman. First of all, morning, Steve. 72 degrees, no rain. Checking in from north central Kansas. He says, I drive a 98-yard tipper, as it's called. I could not imagine driving with my bed up. I'm thinking that driver must have been impaired. You got to wonder about that. Let's see. Teresa checking in, listening on my deck in Fremont, Ohio. Be safe, truckers. I listen every night. Thank you so much, Teresa. Then Mike said, if you notice, in regards to that bridge, he said, if you notice that bridge was a steel bridge with concrete, not a man-made concrete bridge, or it would have undoubtedly collapsed. I didn't really notice the difference one way or the other, but I wouldn't even know technically what I'm looking for, right? Let's see. A couple of others checking in. Here we got here. Andy is in Canada, says, thanks for mentioning Barrie, Canada. A lot of listeners up here. The best talk in North America. Thumbs up. Thank you, Andy. Primitive Pete checking in. He says, hi, copy in the mail. Who would that be? Chevy Guy. Scooter, a.k.a. the Mercury Man, checking in from Jackson, Mississippi. 79 degrees, extremely humid tonight. Happy Friday from Northern Kentucky. The Eskimo Mom, off and on clouds. Saw a sprinkle so far, but yeah, you can tell in some spots it has rained some earlier. Got a 2-stop pedal to keep me busy tonight. Be safe, everybody. Let's see. Dean says, my brother-in-law works in that area. I think he's talking about Georgia. And his company builds bridges. Looks like they might have some more work to do. Scott checking in from Northern Kentucky. Harrison, Ohio. Good morning, John. From Comair. All right, with that, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden hosted German Chancellor Angela Merkel at the White House. He talked about the likely agenda for the Joint Futures Forum that's being set up.
We need to make sure that the rules of the road governing the use of emerging technologies advance freedom, not authoritarianism and repression. And we need to promote a sustainable and inclusive economic recovery that enhances the prosperity and opportunities for all.
Merkel mentioned through an interpreter the heavy flooding that's killed at least 60 people in her country and in Belgium.
My heart goes out to all of those who in this catastrophe lost their loved ones or who are still worrying about the fate of people still missing.
Dozens of people are still missing after heavy rains in Western Europe caused heavy flooding. There's also flooding in Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and northern France. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
Nearly 40 million American families with about 65 million children are now receiving the first payments from the new expanded child tax credits that were created by President Biden's American Rescue Plan. USA Radio's Lance Pry has more.
Important changes to the child tax credit will help many families get advance payments of the credit starting Thursday. The IRS will pay half the total credit amount in advance with monthly payments. You will claim the other half when you file your 2021 income tax return. To qualify, you must have a 2019 or 2020 tax return and claim the child tax credit on the return. See irs.gov for complete rules. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A Maryland jury has ruled that a man who killed 5 people in the Capital Gazette newsroom in 2018 is sane and therefore criminally responsible for the mass shooting. Gerald Ramos, 41, faces 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The former ambassador to the UN is speaking out about the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan. USA's Lance Pry reports.
Former South Carolina governor and United Nations Ambassador Nikki Haley on Fox News says America's withdrawal from Afghanistan was done poorly.
One issue is the withdrawal. The other issue is how it was done. The idea that the base left in the dark of night and just suddenly disappeared was a terrible sign for our enemies and for our allies. And, what we want is we don't want thousands of people on the ground in Afghanistan, but we need a presence, an intelligence presence. In Syria, we had a presence, not a lot of people, but Russia and Iran didn't mess with us. They let us know what was going on all the time because they knew we were watching. You have now taken every ounce of our eyes and ears off what's happening. Taliban's taken over 85%. And what that now means is we now have to be careful at home because we don't know what the terrorists are doing abroad.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A Maryland jury has ruled that a man who killed 5 people in the Capital Gazette newsroom in 2018 is sane and therefore criminally responsible for the mass shooting. Gerald Ramos, 41, faces 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole. You can listen to the news anytime by logging on to usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we're back. Hour number 2 on a Friday. And making our way into the 16th day of July. Hope you've had a good week. Let's see, had a couple other wanted to throw out there. Checking in. Did we get Scott checking in from Northern Kentucky? I think we may have got him. All right. Jay says, hello, good evening, Steve and the Overnight Drive listeners. Here's to a safe evening. Keep those phones ringing off the hook. Jack in Lexington, Kentucky, checking in. Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Been listening, just didn't have time to check in this week. Hope everybody has a good weekend when they get around to it. All right, thanks for all those friends checking in this morning via Facebook, YouTube, wherever you might be tuned in. All right, you're hearing in the news breaks, the news updates, all this discussion about we're gonna censor and we're gonna fact check. There's way too much, quote, misinformation being spread about COVID and whatnot. Thinking, okay, so the report this past day after the Surgeon General, the new Biden administration's Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, issued an advisory urging big tech companies to, quote, impose clear consequences for accounts that repeatedly violate platform policies. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki used it to call for the big tech companies to crack down harder on social media users with fact checks on misinformation. Well, there was a reporter this past day that requested Psaki explain that a little bit more. Would you? The request for tech companies to be more aggressive as regards to misinformation. Has the administration been in touch with any of these platforms? Are there any actions the federal government can take to ensure their cooperation? Because we've seen from the start that there's not a lot of action on some of these platforms. To which Psaki says, sure, well, first, we're in regular touch with the social media platforms. These engagements typically happen through members of our senior staff, but also members of our COVID team. The Surgeon General conveyed this is a big issue of misinformation, specifically on the pandemic, in terms of actions that we've taken or are working to take from the federal government. We have increased disinformation research and tracking within the Surgeon General's office. We're flagging problematic posts for Facebook that spread disinformation. We're working with doctors and medical professionals to connect to connected medical experts who are popular with their audiences with accurate information so we can boost trusted content. Last I checked, that's all the people really want. Isn't that what you want? Trusted content? Yeah, and Jen, if you're going to continue to roll out Dr. Fauci and expect people to trust his content, you're not going to get that message across. The man is not trusted. Let me just cite another example of why many people don't really trust what they're hearing from the so-called, quote, medical community, the pharmaceutical companies. How many pregnant women, if you had to wager a guess, how many pregnant women have already been vaccinated? Well, the statistic when it comes to the Moderna vaccine is 133,000. But this past day, Moderna announced we are going to begin a study on COVID vaccine in pregnant women. We're going to begin a study after 133,000 women have already had the damn thing. It's not the way it's supposed to work. The observational study is expected to begin July the 22nd with about 1,000 females over the age of 18 who will be studied over a 21-month period, nearly 2 years. The study. Women who received a Moderna vaccine during the 28 days prior to their last menstrual period or at any time during pregnancy are eligible to participate in the study. The brief summary of the trial states the main goal is to evaluate the outcomes of pregnancy in females exposed to the Moderna COVID-19 mRNA vaccine during pregnancy. But the CDC's been telling pregnant women for weeks, it's okay. It's okay. It's safe. They haven't studied it yet. Why do you think people are hesitant to believe what they're hearing? We know they haven't studied it. And if we try to say something about, you don't know because you haven't studied it, that's misinformation. The CDC says it's safe. The study will measure the number of participants who have infants with suspected major and minor congenital malformations, the number of participants with any pregnancy complications, the number of participants with any pregnancy outcomes, and the number of participants with infant outcomes. It's a 21-month study. We're not going to have results for over 2 years from now as to the actual, quote, effect on pregnant women taking the vaccine. Do you get that? Here's what the CDC says right now. Pregnant women can get a COVID vaccine, but we acknowledge there's limited data available about the safety of COVID vaccines for people who are pregnant. That's what the CDC states. Of course, they have to highlight no evidence exists of risks to the fetus from vaccinating pregnant people with non-replicating vaccines in general. However, the potential risk of COVID vaccines to the pregnant person and the fetus are unknown because these vaccines have not been extensively studied in pregnant people. All I can tell you is for the 133,000 females who've already taken a Moderna vaccine, I don't have any idea how many have done the Johnson & Johnson or the Pfizer. That's just Moderna. You took the vaccine under emergency use authorization. You have nothing to fall back on to go after the government, to go after your doctor, to go after the pharmaceutical companies. You have nothing to fall back on. It's emergency use. Please choose wisely. Undoubtedly, every pregnant woman that has taken the vaccine, you are all right now a part of the great experiment. Just so you know. All right. Hello, Knucklebuster. What's going on this Friday?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. If you think you can trust the government, just ask them Indians. They'll tell you the truth.
Yeah.
They've been screwing them people over since we've been over here there. But anyway, Friday payday, Lordy got a getaway. I want to thank Miss Jennifer Nettles for that great line. She's from Sugar Land, down in Mississippi and up to no good. And that is one good-looking Georgia baby doll, too, buddy. Mm-hmm. That'll cure you a day in a heartbeat there, right? You don't have to answer that. That bridge down there and on I-16 down there in Georgia, well, this is an unofficial response because it's never been proven yet, Steve, but he was listening to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive podcast while he was going down the road. He heard me telling you about them snakes last night underneath that Georgia woman's bed, and that's why he raised that bed up there. He was looking for snakes back there, right?
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's possible. Well, he's not, I know we all make mistakes. Everybody does. So even including me there, but this truck full of ramen noodles over there crashed into a lake there. And the Guinness Book of World Records says the biggest bowl of noodles was made in Vietnam back in 2018. Well, a lake in Arkansas is a possible new contender for the world's largest bowl. They say a tractor trailer hauling 20,000 pounds of ramen noodles crashed into Lake Conway, Arkansas on Tuesday afternoon of this past week. See, the driver of the partially submerged 18-wheeler was not injured, but a hazmat team was called in. I didn't know ramen noodles were hazmat, but anyway, the Arkansas Department of Environmental Quality reported by the Northwest Arkansas Democrat Gazette said the 6,700-acre lake appears to be uncontaminated by the accident there. And they reference a Florida beer truck and a Frito-Lay chip truck that happened back in 2016. I done some research on it. It happened back on March the 23rd of 2016. It down there in Central Florida, a beer truck hauling Busch beer and a Frito-Lay chip truck collided. KUSA called it a couch potatoes dream, that wreck there, right? But I say it wasn't a loss. They just got rid of some nasty tasting beer and some seasoning cardboard, them Doritos, right?
Exactly.
Bubba told me he was to come up on a wreck the other day of a cheese truck. Said them big tubs of cheese were laying all over the place. He said so he grabbed him about 3 or 4 of them tubs, sewed them up in the back of his pickup and took off there. And I asked him what kind of cheese did he get there, and he says he thought it was nacho cheese. I said, well, why do you say it was nacho cheese? He said, that's what that driver kept hollering at me as I was driving away. Nacho cheese.
That's nacho cheese.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna tell you something bad happened to me yesterday too, Steve. I was out there in I just built a 12 by 16 barn out there in the back there. I was sitting out there and doing some stuff, and I had opened a bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, fixed to put it in my tractor. And Mama Knucklebus come out there wanting something done, and I told her to do it herself. Well, that was the wrong thing. She picked up that Hot Shot Secret, Steve. I had one of your baseball caps and one of your T-shirts on and drinking a big hot cup of coffee out of one of your travel mugs. And she poured that Hot Shot Secret all over the top of my head there. That stuff really worked, Steve, because I got up and I done exactly what she wanted there, right? So, anyway, I got more baloney for later on, so.
All right.
We'll call back a little later on, let somebody else get in there.
All right. I pulled up your story about the ramen noodles, and some of the headlines are funny. Soup's on. Yeah, let's see. Official may have been wondering if a driver was using her noodle after pulling a tractor trailer hauling ramen out of Lake Conway Tuesday afternoon. Semi was hauling 20,000 pounds of ramen noodles, ended lying on its side in the edge of the lake about 3 p.m. Staff with the Environmental Quality and Hazardous Materials crew also responded to the crash. A wrecker was called in to pull the truck out of the lake. It did not appear that there was any contamination to the lake. See, I don't know about adding ramen noodles to cold water. You're supposed to add hot water. So you got a big lake full of chicken broth there, I guess, right? 21 past the hour. Back in a moment, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Let's jump right back up to the phone calls. Got a couple lines available. We're going to chime in here this Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. And good morning to the Roadmaster. What's happening?
It's the master of the microphone, the legend, Steve Sommers. How you doing, sir?
Good to hear from you.
Did you get my email I sent you or text message today?
I saw the message and I saw you. I guess you actually commented on Facebook as well. Yeah, that's our friends at Stellar Electronic. There's no S at the end. Stellar Electronic.
Okay. My blue Parrot took a dump today. It won't charge. I'm talking on it right now, but once it uses up its charge, it's done. I can't charge it. I don't know what's wrong with it. I think it's inside the little thing here. But anyway, I've been wanting to get me one of those anyway. Have you got any deals or are there anything that you like, Hot Shot Secrets, you can tell them, Steve Sommers, you get any discount or anything? Or do you know
Dave could check. Dave McManus could check in. I thought he had put together some sort of a code or something they were working on to get a discount if you caught him on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Right. I'll get on his website tomorrow and get with him or call him or whatever I got to do to get me one.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I want one of them duals.
The Duo, the Pluto Duo headset. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I want. The one that's got both ears because I'm hard of hearing anyway. I can hardly hear. And that one knuckle buster, I think he was on there a little earlier, talked about Joe Biden's speech he made overseas or something like, and got an interpreter. Well, I heard that he hired a speech interpreter to be able to help him understand, and it was Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh, Ozzy Osbourne, yeah.
To help him, to help him understand. That way they could communicate back and forth. And what really blowed my mind is today I was listening to one of the drama shows there, and what's that guy that's he's got that show on? Can't think of his name, but he's always trying to figure out who's the father. Maury Povich.
Oh yeah. Maury.
And and he had they had got some DNA from Joe Biden back in the days when he was in college and all that, and they said you are the father. And they've determined now that he is the father of Pee Wee Herman.
Oh.
Yes. So that's another issue with that the government, the American people is going to have to deal with. So we've accomplished that so far. So
boy.
I don't know what else we can. Yeah, he got he'll be able to hear himself talk now.
Oh boy.
He'll be able to hear himself talk now with Ozzy. So anyway, I just wanted to get that Stellar Electronic. That's what I was after tonight.
Yeah, check it out. And I mean, I'm sure at some point, Fly Rod, a.k.a. Dave, he'll probably check in, and I'll ask him about that. All right?
Yeah. All right, you got my phone number. Give it to him if you ask or whatever.
Oh, well, you see, let me hang on just a minute. Let me take your phone number down so I can do that. I could email it to him or something, and see what you can work out. I'm jotting it down as we speak. Well, I'm jotting it down. I can see it on the screen. Okay. 736. Gotcha. All right, I'll take care of that. Thank you much for listening in, Roadmaster. Appreciate the update. Have a great Friday, good weekend if you actually got some time off.
I ain't got none this weekend. Hey, what about that bridge on 16? I have to go to Midway, Georgia, which is almost Savannah, Sunday afternoon. I got to go across 16. Is that bridge closed, or do you have to detour? Where's it at?
It's a detour right now between the 71 and 78 mile marker. I think they're saying it's about a 10-mile addition to the trip to go around kind of thing, but taking the skinny roads, and it's probably going to be pretty decent delays because normally 21,000 vehicles use that stretch of 16 every day. So I don't know how many stoplights, or you got to go through some little town, and that kind of stuff. I'm not sure how long the backup's going to be.
All right, I'll give myself a little extra time then. Appreciate the update.
Thank you for being with us, Roadmaster. Have a great weekend. Okay, what are we looking at here? It is 844-844-3388. We'll get our news break in just a moment. Army Base Fort Rucker in Alabama is reportedly authorizing leaders there to ask for proof of vaccination of soldiers not wearing a mask while on duty, becoming the first military base in the continental U.S. to do so, as the Delta variant now accounts for a majority of U.S. cases. The base is among facilities including Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri, Fort Still in Oklahoma, Fort Jackson in South Carolina, where less than half of the surrounding population have been vaccinated. I guess, let's see, Tuesday, Major General David Francis, commanding general of Fort Rucker, states unmasked uniformed personnel must be prepared to show proof of vaccination when on the base. So I guess right now they've got this whole thing. If you're not vaccinated, you're supposed to wear the mask. If you are, you don't have to wear the mask. So apparently, as the case is in so many places, many people that aren't vaccinated aren't wearing the mask anyway. Due to the rising rates in the counties around us and some are in Fort Rucker, we are now implementing GO number 12, he says. The general order issued to Fort Rucker personnel, where less than half the surrounding populations have been vaccinated. The big difference is going to be that if you're not wearing a mask, the leadership will be able to ask soldiers to prove that they've been vaccinated by showing their vaccine card. There's about 5,000 uniformed personnel on the base that this rule will apply to. Civilian employees on the base have to be taken at their word unless the supervisor had good reason to believe that they've not been vaccinated. I'm not seeing what kind of penalties there might be. What's the fallout if you're not wearing a mask? All right, news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden hosted German Chancellor Angela Merkel at the White House. He talked about the likely agenda for the Joint Futures Forum that's being set up.
We need to make sure that the rules of the road governing the use of emerging technologies, advance freedom, not authoritarianism and repression. And we need to promote a sustainable and inclusive economic recovery that enhances the prosperity and opportunities for all.
Merkel mentioned through an interpreter the heavy flooding that's killed at least 60 people in her country and in Belgium.
My heart goes out to all of those who in this catastrophes lost their loved ones or who are still worrying about the fate of people still missing.
Dozens of people are still missing after heavy rains in Western Europe caused heavy flooding. There's also flooding in Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and northern France. This is USA Radio News.
This report is sponsored by Amazon. Nothing says back to school like shopping for new book bags, laptops, outfits, and classroom essentials. Amazon makes shopping convenient for students, parents, and educators gearing up to head back to class. Customers can spend less and smile more when they shop Amazon's back to school and off to college storefronts this year, offering the widest selection, low prices, and free shipping on millions of items. Whether students are heading off to their first day of preschool or final semester of college, Amazon serves as a one-stop shop with everything customers need to get ready for school, including the latest fall fashions, dorm room decor, must-have supplies, and more. Plus, college students can sign up for a 6-month trial of Prime Student for access to the best of shopping and entertainment from Amazon, plus exclusive offers just for college students. Get your school list ready and start shopping today at amazon.com/back-to-school and amazon.com/off-to-college.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And we had some industry headlines from our friends at CDL Life this past day. Multiple motorists ticketed earlier this week after police witnessed them taking photos and videos of an overturned rig while driving. South Lake Tahoe, California. According to the South Lake Tahoe Now News, unnamed truck driver took a left turn too fast at an intersection, causing the rig to overturn. Thankfully, the trucker was not hurt. Not clear whether the trucker was issued a citation, but multiple passing motorists were indeed cited as officers witnessed them filming the wreck while they were behind the wheel driving. Please do not drive distracted, especially near accident scenes. According to the chief there, pay attention to emergency personnel so you don't create another traffic collision or injure someone else. What's the moral of the story? Even if it's an emergency scene, don't be whipping out the smartphone to catch video. Either pull over and take video, or leave it to your passenger or someone else to get the video. One other quickie before we get back to your calls. Another scenario, 90 illegals found inside a semi-truck at the Texas-Mexico border earlier this week. At the Laredo border checkpoint. Semi-truck arrived at the Highway 83 checkpoint, went through the routine inspection, during which a canine alerted to the presence of possible contraband. The semi was then referred to the secondary inspection, where nearly 90 people attempting to come into the country illegally were discovered. The individuals hailing from Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. Trucker taken into custody. Human smugglers continue to have no regard for the safety and health of the people that they're exploiting, as they're treated like a commodity for profit, says the Border Patrol. Our agents focus on the enduring mission priorities of countering terrorism, combating transnational crime, securing the border, facilitating lawful trade, protecting revenue, and facilitating lawful travel. It's kind of like just another day at the office at the Laredo sector in this day and age. Hey, well, who's on the line? Would that be Steve by chance?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning. What's going on?
I tried to get a hold of you earlier. There was a wreck on I-40 westbound coming out of Nashville, about 30 miles out, and they had the highway shut down. It was like a 40-mile detour through moonshine country. So I had no service there, Steve. But I kind of wanted to give you a heads up on that accident. But it's all cleared up now. Steve, this morning when I got home, I had sent you an email about a nurse whistleblower. And then right as soon as I sent the email, I got a reply from you saying, can you send that back? Was that you?
It was.
Or was that an auto reply?
No, that was for me, because what you sent was like,
oh, okay.
It was the link that only had like that first couple of sentences. I couldn't read the whole story.
Okay, were you able to get the story I sent? I copied and pasted it to you?
Yes, I did, indeed. Sure did.
Okay, great. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. But, Steve, what I called to talk about was I'm glad you read that piece about the what Jen Psaki said in the Surgeon General today.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to our great American author there on his podcast last night. And basically, Steve, the Trump lawyers are going to take every word that they said at that press conference today, and they are going to use that against them, and Trump is going to win that lawsuit. Because, Steve, what they admitted last night yesterday was that they are violating the First Amendment. Facebook, Twitter, and Google. They are violating the First Amendment because they are no longer a private company. They are an arm of the Democratic Socialist government. It was admitted today by Jen Psaki. She came out and said it. They are in cahoots. They've always been in cahoots. We've known it for a while, but they've never come out and said it, but today they did. I mean, that's why they call her the spokes idiot for the idiots, Steve, because she's so damn stupid. I mean, if you go back and listen to that transcript of what she said, Facebook and Twitter and Google, what they are doing is they are censoring Americans with any, if you have a different opinion on anything that has to do with a vaccine, that has to do with anything that the government's doing, whether it be infrastructure, it doesn't matter. They're watching every word you say, and they're censoring you, and they're flagging you. And Steve, I'll tell you, I suggest anybody that's ever been censored or canceled or flagged, they need to jump on that class action lawsuit to get some reparations for themselves because they violated the First Amendment. Facebook is nothing but an arm of that government, and we know it now. It's just incredible. I mean, she blatantly just came out and said it. Yeah. We're talking to Facebook all the time, and we're talking to Twitter all the time, and
asking them to do more fact checking. And what was the Surgeon General's? He said serious consequences for people that continue to push Who is the determining factor of what is misinformation today? Who gets to choose that?
Steve, first of all, did you hear what the Surgeon General said? If you go through that transcript, basically he said they're putting out a health advisory for misinformation. Since when does misinformation have anything to do with our damn health? You know, I mean, he's supposed to be in charge of medicine, the CDC, not monitoring whether you or I go on Facebook or Twitter or whatever and say, hey, we're not going to get the vaccine because we don't believe it's safe right now. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, the Surgeon General. So, like I said, Steve, Levin talked about this today. Trump's lawyers are going to take every word they said last night, and they are going to use that against them. Basically, he said they just sank the ship on that case. That Trump's going to win it.
They proved Trump's case.
I told you. Yes, I told you that case is monumental, Steve, for First Amendment rights. What happened to the freedom of speech, freedom of ideas? So, if you're a doctor or a scientist, Steve, and you go on Facebook and say, you know what? And I've sent you many articles on different doctors that have negative opinions towards the vaccine. Are those guys going to be censored and banned from Twitter and Facebook? I believe some of them have. So it's just a total violation of our First Amendment. Total violation. But these people are such idiots. They really are. I mean, we've known it all along, but now the cat's out of the bag. But, that nurse story was pretty interesting. And then, Steve, we talked about the media, you know, their propaganda, how they spew lies. They talked about Ron DeSantis today. He's going to be responsible now for millions of deaths in Florida because he mocks Dr. Fauci.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, that misinformation's okay. You know, that kind of stuff. Or how about if we don't pass the H.R. 1 bill in the Senate, it's going to be worse than the 9/11 terror attacks. That was another one on CSNBC today. Worse than the 9/11 attacks. What could be worse than that? Pearl Harbor, maybe? I mean, and so you want to talk about misinformation, disinformation. You know, it's good for their side. So I just hope that we get back our freedom of speech. They need to break up these companies, Facebook, Twitter, Google. I don't use any of them, but they need to bust them up. They really do. They are not private anymore. They are a public arm of the government. So anyway, I'll try to hit you back later, Steve, and thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, good to have you with us. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I've got that. It was a story about the frontline doctors. Very, very interesting. Yeah, we'll share more on that coming up here. Anybody tuned into the All-Star game earlier this week? I didn't. And quite honestly, I don't even know who won. Right now, I don't know if it's National League or American League actually even won the game. Yeah, the numbers are down. It was the woke All-Star game. It earned the spot of being the second lowest rated game of all time. Of course, Rob Manfred, the MLB commissioner, decided to move the game out of Atlanta, you'll recall, because of Georgia's election integrity law. Ratings for the 21 All-Star game were only scantily outdone by a measly 1%, allowing 2019 to actually keep the position of the lowest rated game in MLB history. Ratings for America's pastime have been declining over the decades. In 1980, broadcast for the All-Star game earned 36 million viewers. By 2015, it was 11 million. 2021, the game had 8.24 million viewers. Only outdone by 2019's game, which was 8.14 million viewers. There was no All-Star game last year because of COVID. But this year's All-Star game, just full of controversy from the jump after Manfred gave in to the decision to move the event to Colorado because of Georgia's voting laws. Yeah, that decision drew attention even from black voters who said moving the game was a bad idea. Others jumped on the idea as well. The Republican Party took out an ad criticizing the decision that actually featured a former member of the Georgia House of Representatives, Reverend Melvin Everson. Not the smartest of moves, but all right, that's another All-Star game in the books. Who won? I don't know. Get a quick chime out here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much. About 8 before the hour. And other industry headlines. This one from our friends at OOIDA. This is in relation to the possibility of jacking your minimum truck insurance up to $2 million. A 167% increase for motor carriers. The latest response is from the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. Where they're saying it would be an unnecessary burden on the nation's livestock producers. I mean, realistically, it'd be an unnecessary burden on everyone because the cost of everything would be passed on with those rates going up like that. Based out of Centennial, Colorado, the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, part of the coalition of more than 60 organizations opposed to the measure in the House Highway bill that would increase the minimum insurance to $2 million. NCBA, the nation's largest and oldest trade association representing the beef cattle industry, representing more than 250,000 producers. It is an arbitrary increase, according to the executive director of the government affairs for the Cattlemen's Association. It's a burden on our members with no direct ties to an increase in safety. Livestock haulers are less than 1% of the trucks on the road. We already maintain a very high level of safety because we're moving live haul. Our haulers are highly trained and have to be very cognizant of what's going on in the back of their trailer for their safety, the safety of everyone on the road, and the safety of the animals. If it had something to do with safety, our members would probably be supportive, but there's no correlation to an increase in safety. So you've got the Truck Insurance Coalition, which is led by OOIDA, includes dozens of organizations in a number of sectors, all in agreement that it would have a negative effect on the overall economy as a whole. Now, we've shared some of what that coalition said to lawmakers last month. They cite the FMCSA report that showed that the current minimum requirement covers more than 99% of crashes. And an arbitrary increase is not what cattle producers need as they try to keep the nation fed and recover from the economic downturn. At any time, the input cost on my guys are increased, no matter what the increase looks like. That affects their bottom line, and that pushes people out of the business. Something like this brings no safety benefit. It's just an added cost in a time when small businesses are trying to stay afloat right now. Again, from our friends at OOIDA. What's happening, Chevy Guy? Good morning.
I'm just basically backing up what Steve said. When you read that and what Ben Psaki said about, getting in with the, Facebook.
Social media companies.
And controlling what's being said. That was part of the Trump lawsuit, is when the Biden administration and Fauci were working back and forth together, and then the Fauci was making recommendations, and Facebook was banning the former president, from speaking on there and speaking on the subject. Obviously, was taking people off for mentioning that COVID COVID-19 come out of China. I mean, yeah, Steve was right. That's what I'm calling about. That they just wide open. They laid that case wide open because what the Trump lawsuit indicates is as soon as the media like Facebook, which I it's Twitter and everything else, but as soon as Facebook started speaking for the administration, they become a government entity, and they fall under the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and they have no right. Number one, they have no right to violate freedom of speech, and they are not the arbiters of truth. They are not the arbiters of hate. And they got me down as hate because I actually re-quoted what President Biden said. Blacks and the Hispanics are not educated enough to register to
get
vote,
an ID.
get a
All right.
picture
Yeah.
ID.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. I'm gonna join it because they got me down. I looked on it. It got me marked down as bumped off for hate. And that's not. And they did say that it was against community standards, and I did. They let you comment on it. I did. I said correct. Joe Biden is against community standards. So it just amazing that I heard that. I just had to jump on there and say, go for it. I mean, them guys were shooting themselves in the foot. So. Hey, we aren't done yet. There's things coming up the pike, and the Republicans. This lawsuit means a lot, and there are Republicans out there. The election recount. I'm expecting them one day to tell us that Rudy Giuliani is going to get reinstated, his law license reinstated. He's going to have a lawsuit against his legal organization that bumped him off with all this evidence coming up. So, hey, we're not done yet. Now, take heed. I mean, we're not rolling over and dying on this. The Democrats going to have to answer for a lot of things. And I posted on Facebook on their comments. I said, hey, the Democrats are not going to be in power forever, and it's your head now. But hey, it's a good day in America. Sit back and copy the mail and enjoyed the show. And I don't know where Jolly Green Giant was because I was waiting for him to jump in ahead of me. How about it? Other than that,
yeah, he's not there yet. See, next thing you know, he'll be on hold. Why is it that Chevy guy gets on before me every night? All right, we got a news update coming our way as we hit the top of the hour. As we roll into a Friday, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden hosted German Chancellor Angela Merkel at the White House. He talked about the likely agenda for the Joint Futures Forum that's being set up.
We need to make sure that the rules of the road governing the use of emerging technologies advance freedom, not authoritarianism and repression. And we need to promote a sustainable and inclusive economic recovery that enhances the prosperity and opportunities for all.
Merkel mentioned through an interpreter the heavy flooding that's killed at least 60 people in her country and in Belgium.
My heart goes out to all of those who in this catastrophes lost their loved ones or who are still worrying about the fate of people still missing.
Dozens of people are still missing after heavy rains in Western Europe caused heavy flooding. There's also flooding in Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and northern France. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Nike wants disgraced lawyer Michael Avenatti to pay fines for trying to extort them out of millions of dollars. USA Radio's Tim Berg reports.
The Oregon-based company is seeking just over $856,000 from the lawyer, who was given 2.5 years in prison for his actions in the scheme. Nike's financial request is actually a revised one, as the company previously wanted $1.7 million. Avenatti was convicted for threatening to give Nike bad publicity if they didn't pay him millions. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Los Angeles County announced it's going to reinstate indoor mask mandates amid surging COVID-19 cases. The mandate applies regardless of whether they've been vaccinated against the virus. COVID-19 cases are rising in 45 states as the more infectious Delta virus has become more prominent. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The former ambassador to the UN is speaking out about the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan. USA's Lance Pry reports.
Former South Carolina governor and United Nations Ambassador Nikki Haley on Fox News says America's withdrawal from Afghanistan was done poorly.
One issue is the withdrawal. The other issue is how it was done. The idea that the base left in the dark of night and just suddenly disappeared was a terrible sign for our enemies and for our allies. And, what we want is we don't want thousands of people on the ground in Afghanistan, but we need a presence, an intelligence presence. In Syria, we had a presence, not a lot of people, but Russia and Iran didn't mess with us. They let us know what was going on all the time because they knew we were watching. You have now taken every ounce of our eyes and ears off what's happening. Taliban's taken over 85%. And what that now means is we now have to be careful at home because we don't know what the terrorists are doing abroad.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The European Union Court of Justice ruled that private employers can prohibit headscarves if it's part of a comprehensive ban on all religious and political symbols in relation to a policy on neutrality. The decision, part of a case brought by 2 Muslim women working in Germany, reaffirmed a similar decision in 2017. Critics say the rules are discriminatory and target those practicing Islam. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back for another hour on a Friday morning. Yeah, Wednesday of this week was the most active day of the monsoon so far this year in Phoenix as a whole. Now, only a tenth of an inch of rain fell at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. No major flooding problems locally, but all the reporting stations in the region actually reported some rainfall. Last time that happened was September of 2019. Rainfall of that extent typically only occurs, one or two times during the monsoon season. The combination of the rugged terrain, the rocky soil conditions, all conducive to rapid runoff. Even moderate showers, sending water rushing through city streets, the remote canyons, with very little notice. Normally dry stream beds, arroyos rapidly fill with water. Suddenly they're raging torrents of water. People living or traveling through the region, hikers, campers, need to be alert of changing weather conditions, as a downpour miles away and upstream from a location could lead to flash flooding, even where no rain may be actively falling. With the flow of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of California, producing the showers and thunderstorms that will all be present and persistent. The intensity and overall coverage is going to kind of vary from day to day, but those showers and thunderstorms are forecast to continue through the interior Southwest today and may actually expand this weekend. Enough moisture may spread northwestward to trigger spotty thunderstorm activity in Nevada, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, even the high deserts and the Sierra Nevada mountains in California Sunday and Monday. Tuesday of this week, downtown L.A. managed to pick up a tenth of an inch of rain, the wettest day they've seen since back in mid-March. It's no rain. Now, the storms will bring the risk of heavy rainfall for some communities. Could also spark lightning strikes, igniting new wildfires, especially in places where little rain manages to fall. Gusty winds in the proximity of these storms will cause small brush fires to grow to a raging wildfire. Lightning with little or no rain is the concern for these expanding areas of thunderstorms this weekend. We could also see additional dust storms or haboobs coming into play over the coming weekend. Careful in your travels out west. Hey, good morning to the cool breeze. What's happening?
Hey ho, Steve Reno. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Yep. Hey,
Friday.
You're in the Tampa.
Friday.
You're in the Tampa
that
area.
End of the country out there. Say that again, Steve.
So you're in the Tampa area. Did you call to give us a full report on what the heck's going on with the red tide thing?
Oh, it's crazy this year. They've got worse red tide than has happened since back in the 30s sometime, and that they weren't even recording it back then. Part of it was the little tropical storm we had go by, the Tropic Storm Elsa.
Mm-hmm.
The way that it passed by Tampa, it kind of pushed all of the dead fish out of the Gulf of Mexico right up into the bays that we have here around Tampa and St. Pete. And it's not only pushed it up into the bays, it's pushed it up. All those bays have little like side streets on them where every Tom, Dick, and Harry has a boat in their backyard on a canal,
mm-hmm.
and it's pushed those dead fish right up in those canals, and now the people have the stench of dead fish and the red tide, and it's worse this year in Tampa Bay area right here than it's been in a long time. There's a lot of people down here saying they'd never seen it this bad. It's crazy.
Someone, or I think Horse Feathers brought up earlier, remember a few months ago when they had, it was some sort of retention ponds that contained all this nasty something or other.
Yes.
They started draining some of that stuff into the bay. Are they attributing that to it being worse this year?
That added to it. That was actually a defunct phosphate mining operation that it's changed hands. There's different people have owned it over the years, but they had a huge retaining pond that had a plastic liner underneath of it that they put these chemicals in that they use. They manufacture phosphate. They mine phosphate all over Florida down here, Steve. And they dig it up, and there's some kind of washing system that it goes through. And that water, once it's touched that nitrate or whatever, nitrate's a lot of it, but there's other chemicals they mine. It's all phosphate. And then they take it and they put it in your fertilizer that you put on your yard or your garden to make it grow. But then in the processing, there's some of that water that has touched some of that nitrate in the processing, and they're running it all into this huge retaining pond is basically what it is. And it's a huge retaining pond, millions of gallons of water in it. And it's been sitting there for 35, 40 years. And now they're wondering why it had a leak in it. That retaining pond had a leak in it. Well, gee, this water's leaking out of it. They figured they had 200,000 gallons leak out of it or some ungodly amount. And that was just a little while back. And that was released into the bays. That also contributed to the red tide. Okay. Exactly. But then there's other things going on too.
Yeah, my understanding was, phosphates. I mean, they often talk about farmers and then the fertilizers and things. Phosphates, and that's exactly the stuff that supposedly contributes to that.
And once it gets in the water, then it makes like a huge algae bloom. If you have a small algae bloom to start with, which most salt water does, and then you're going to feed these nitrates to it, well, it's doing the same thing that it does to your grass. It's making it grow, and it makes that moss and algae grow, and it grows so much, Steve, that you can see it on the surface of the water. And it also, when your moss and algae is growing on the surface of the water, guess what? Then the sunlight can't get down to the seagrass that's growing down there on the bottom. So and then they're wondering why the manatees are dying. We had almost 900 manatees die in the last year. Well, it's because they don't have nothing to eat. They eat the seagrass, and this nitrates going in that water and making that algae grow even more. It makes a big mossy patch, and then nothing can grow underneath of it.
Wow.
So it's several different things contributing to it. And we had red tide last year. We get it almost every year, but it's just considerably worse in the Tampa Bay area this year. And they have already dredged. They have the city of St. Pete over there, and they're not the only ones working on it. Every city worker around in either in Tampa, St. Pete, and some of the smaller outlying municipalities too, they're out there dipping fish out of the water. And they're putting it in these huge dumpsters, and I don't know what they're doing with it after that. I would think they would take it and use it for fertilizer or something then, but I don't know. It's just a smelly, stinky mess down here. I saw a huge fish being loaded by a front end loader. That the fish was it was overlapping that. It was a huge front end loader. It had like a 6 or 8 foot bucket on the front of it, and he had this huge fish in it loaded into a dumpster. That's about the biggest one. I think it was a big grouper, and the giant grouper just get gigantic. But it's everything. It's affecting all the wildlife. If they're near the water, it's every kind. It's affecting crabs, the sea trout, the tarpon, every kind of fish you could imagine. They're all floating dead in the bay down there.
Wow.
What a mess.
It is.
But I was going to comment on your earlier story about out in the West out there, where I was born and raised in Tucson out there and been all over Arizona and the Southwest out there as far as that goes. But there's washes out there. It is nothing but sand. There's nothing running down that wash but sand in the bottom of it. And if you walk across that wash and you get a big thunderstorm 10 miles away and it dumps a bunch of water in that creek bed, it's all it is a creek bed. The water can come down that wash a foot or even 2 foot high, maybe even 3 foot high, all in one big surge. And then these people think they can drive their car across that because there's a lot of places where there's pavement right across the wash, and they fight to keep the sand off of the pavement. But if you come back and there's water there, you should not drive your car in it, because a foot of water, your car is going to float away, and that water is just going to take you right on downstream, no matter how hard you try to drive it down the pavement that's there. It's just they're flash floods is really what they amount to.
Yep.
And the water has nowhere to go. When it comes down out of the sky, it's going to go down these dry wash beds that you see everywhere out there. And that's exactly right what you're saying. It's due to the rocky, sandy, that's the way the soil is in the Southwest. It's just how it is. And when it rains, if it rains a really big storm somewhere further away, you better be careful, because it's going to be deep when you come back across that same wash bed, going back across it the other way. And the best thing is don't drown, turn around, don't drown.
Yep.
That's the only thing I got to say on that.
Yep.
If it looks like it's too deep, it probably is. Even if you're in a big truck or something, it will float a big truck away.
That's the word they always say, turn around, don't drown. But it seems like every time. Earlier this week, there was incredible flooding in, I think, Philadelphia it was. I mean, there's cars stranded all over the place, but here's this big truck. He's just going on through, and he's actually weaving his way around the cars that are like submerged up to their windows. And he made it through. It was
then
comical.
He's making a tidal wave, and the cars are floating away, right?
Right. Yep. Well, he had some place to be. He had to get there.
It's crazy. Gotta go.
Yep. All right, cool, Breeze.
Steve, it's only 162 days till Christmas.
Well, we needed that little piece of information. Thanks for checking in. Have a great weekend, Tampa. What a smelly mess. Yeah, I would venture, if I tune in to the likes of CNN or MSNBC and they're talking about the red tide, all they're going to be talking about is, this is because of climate change. This is what's caused by they won't mention. I would venture to say they have no mention of the big retention pond that Horse Feathers brought up earlier. Remember, I recall distinctly when they were dumping that into the Tampa Bay, and they were saying at the time, this is going to be a feed for the red tide, the algae. And there it is. It's 19 past the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
off there. All right, got us a Friday. Weekend coming on. And it is 844-844-3388. Let me get back to... Haven't heard from the inbred redneck in a while, have we? He's magically disappeared. I haven't had a whole lot of talk about cryptocurrency in a few weeks as well. But, a story here a couple of weeks ago about a pair of South African brothers that vanished, along with Bitcoin worth $3.6 billion from their cryptocurrency investment platform. A Cape Town law firm hired by investors says they can't locate the brothers. They've reported the matter to the Hawks, which is an elite unit of the National Police Force. It's also told crypto exchanges around the globe should any attempt be made to convert the digital coins. Following the surge in Bitcoin value, the disappearance of about 69,000 coins, which would have been worth more than $4 billion in their April peak, would represent the biggest ever dollar loss in a cryptocurrency scam. The incident could spur regulator efforts to impose order on the market amid rising cases of fraud. The first sign of trouble came in April as Bitcoin was rocketing to a record. It's a group called AfriCrypt. AfriCrypt, the chief operating officer, the elder brother, informed clients that they were the victim of a hack. He asked them not to report the incident to lawyers and authorities because it would slow down the recovery process of the missing funds. Well, some skeptical investors roped in a law firm, and a separate group started liquidation proceedings against AfriCrypt. We were immediately suspicious as the announcement implored us not to take legal action. AfriCrypt employees lost access to the back-end platforms 7 days before the alleged hack. The firm's investigation finds AfriCrypt's pooled funds were transferred from their South African accounts and client wallets. The coins went through tumblers and mixers or to other large pools of Bitcoin to make them essentially untraceable. They were alluding to what this was going on here is kind of a pyramid scheme. The saga is unfolding after last year's collapse of another South African Bitcoin trader, Mirror Trading International. The losses there involved about 23,000 digital coins valued at $1.2 billion at the time. It was called the biggest crypto scam of 2020. Now, AfriCrypt investors stand to lose 3 times that amount. While South Africa's finance sector is looking into AfriCrypt, they're currently prohibited from launching a formal investigation because crypto assets are not legally considered financial products. No comment from the police there. Yeah, you got to be careful where you invest. But I found that as an interesting story. So these two brothers, they had people investing with their firm to buy Bitcoin, and they just disappeared. So did all the Bitcoins that those people had invested in, thought they had in their so-called digital wallets. Hey, what's going on this morning, Pappy?
What's in your wallet?
Yeah, nothing.
Not $4 billion, right?
Yeah, $4 billion for them, nothing for me.
Yes, sir. Steve, I didn't even know they played the All-Star game.
Really?
like you said, you didn't watch it, and they don't even know. I'd spaced it out. Had no idea they even played, Steve.
What's MLB spelled backwards, Steve?
Oh boy, BLM.
Yeah. You remember on opening day, Steve, they had BLM on the back of that pitcher's mound on opening day?
I do, absolutely.
Remember that?
Yep.
I'm done with them. Done. As far as I got to say with Major League Baseball. Hey, you asked who the people are involved in all this fact checking, right?
Yep.
Steve, it's the same people that said that Trump can't, when people came out and said Trump campaign was spied on. That's a conspiracy theory. These are the same people saying that, can't talk about it, you get censored. COVID-19 came from the Wuhan lab. That's a conspiracy theory. You can't talk about that. We fact check it.
Censor it. Yep.
Yep. Election integrity. That's a conspiracy theory. Can't talk about it. You get censored. Right. Now what is it? The side effects from these vaccines. Can't talk about that. You're getting censored. Amazing.
I mean, I shared the story there. You heard that 133,000 pregnant women have taken the Moderna vaccine, and they're about to begin clinical trials on the effects for pregnant women, but the CDC says it's safe. Yeah, we know that's a lie.
Steve, they will not talk about it. Whatever these results show, they're not going to talk about it. The mainstream media, the communist media I'm talking about. The press secretary gave a little speech today, Steve, and I caught it on one of Bongino's clips, when they were talking about what's going on down in Cuba. And I reposted it. You should probably check it out. It's the one where Pitbull gave a little rant, too. She said, we support the right of the people to protest in Cuba. That was her response, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, they don't have the right to protest in Cuba, man.
Correct.
What is she talking about? We support the right. What right? Are you kidding me? Can't protest down there.
Well,
You'll
that's
get
why
shot.
they've shut down social media. They've shut down the internet. They're not allowing the Cubans to get any information from the outside world right now. They're blacking them out, so they don't know that they've got any support anywhere else.
Yep. And our country is failing again, Steve, to support these people. Steve, if our country falls, where can people go to escape tyranny around this world? I mean, we're the last stand here. We're the last hope for anybody trying to leave these communist countries, trying to escape. And, Pitbull, I kind of like some of his music, to be honest about it.
Mm-hmm.
But he gave a little rant, man. If you get a chance, check out my Facebook page. It's one of Bongino's. It's with Pitbull on there. He gave a little rant. And man, I mean, he nailed it to the wall. The people that leave these communist countries and escape and come here to America to be free, they get it, Steve. And boy, did Pitbull let them have it, man. Let the government have it. You need to check it out. It's pretty good.
All right, I'll do that.
Steve, I always thought, man, wouldn't it be cool to be in a time machine? I always thought, man, it'd be so cool to go back in the past. You know what I mean? For some reason tonight, I was thinking, I don't know, man, maybe 10, 15 years in the future. See what the hell happens here, man. I don't know, Steve. Hopefully I'll live long enough, 10, 15 years. I should. You never know.
All right. We know.
But hopefully we can be calling in on Mr. Steve Sommers show here, Hot Shot Secrets, 10, 15 years from now, and be talking about the good old 2020s, right?
Yep.
Looking back and talking about these days, man. crazy times.
And
all right, Steve, happy Friday to you.
Hopefully then we're not referring to them as the good old days, because I can't imagine that would be the case. All right, have a great weekend. There you go. News break time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Los Angeles County will once again require masks indoors, even for people who are vaccinated. Public health officials say there's a spike in cases of COVID-19. The White House is now pushing back against tech companies for allowing coronavirus misinformation to spread.
We've increased disinformation research and tracking. Within the Surgeon General's office, we're flagging problematic posts for Facebook that spread disinformation.
Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy said COVID misinformation is a serious public health threat. During a White House meeting between President Biden and German Chancellor Angela Merkel, the president said the two pledged to work closely together in the continued battle against the virus.
We need to fight COVID-19 pandemic everywhere to strengthen global health security for tomorrow, so we're ready for the next pandemic.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
They were rutting and rambling on Thursday. They were screaming and dreaming on Friday. As for Saturday, well, corn needs rain too. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 2021 North Iowa Nationals showed off the world's most powerful vehicles across 12 Grand National and 1 Regional National Division on Thursday and Friday, July 8th and 9th. Trouble was, that trend was supposed to continue well into Saturday, July 10th, but for the second time in 3 weeks, the NTPA saw about half of a marquee Midwestern event get slowly drizzled to death. It was admittedly a bitter pill for those who had arrived or tuned in to ntpa.tv on Saturday only, intending to catch an all-day buffet of tractors, trucks, and modifieds. And it was another precious opportunity lost for those competitors with something to prove or prove again on the Chamber Acres clay. But as we did in the aftermath of a dampened Dairyland Nationals, this overnight report will try to put a rain-soaked Rockwell into perspective as a showcase, shortened though it was. Thursday night Session 1 brought 3 more competitors into the hallowed fraternity of Grand National event winners, and every one of them did it on the last hooks of their classes. In Superstock Open's first appearance of the season, the 3-time Diesel Division champion Colin Ross and his triple bypass led most of the way, and by less than a single inch of distance over the legendary Silver Bullet of fellow Pennsylvanian Jordan Lustig. And then, wily veteran Bob Gansomere of Platteville, Wisconsin, steered his 4-turbocharger Ruttendeer 2 25 feet beyond to nab his first premier-level victory after years of success at the regional level. In Modified Mini, another Keystone Stater, Kimberly Kwame, with her well-oiled machine, was poised for her first Grand National victory before first-time Mini driver and light super veteran Jeff Guza from Taylor, Wisconsin, rode his son Brian's rocket ship Grand Applause Disaster past Kim by just 3 inches. And in multi-engine modified, Corey Kielmeyer's Double Trouble was leading until...
time with the last hook in the class. 368.89. Grand National rookie Tommy Owens, Ramblin' Rose out of Montgomery, New York.
1 hour north of New York City.
And how far is that from Rockwell, Iowa?
I think it's around 1,250 miles.
Yikes, but it's all worth it now.
Definitely was tonight. I gotta say hi to my mom and my wife back home. They're watching us on TV. And me and my son and my crew just keep it all going.
Track announcers Charles Posch and Darren Hartwell, and a jubilant Tommy Owens on the NTPA.tv live stream. Thursday night's other class champions included Kevin Lindstrom and his Hyper Harvester Limited Pro, Todd Dugan's Angry Farmer Penetrating Spray Superstock Diesel 4x4, and Ted Skelton's Rock 4-wheel drive. An entirely new slate of classes greeted Friday night's fans for Session 2. In light supers, Adam Spiegelberg got his second victory in his last 3 hooks with the Detonator Black Case IH as he looks to defend his 2019 title. Litchfield, Minnesota's Roger Peterson was dominant aboard his Just Another One John Deere to earn his own inaugural Grand National win. Mark Folkdahl subbed in for Brian Deck aboard Dream On to pick up a cool 30 points in the Super Farm race. Newcastle, Indiana's Mark Lawyer in his Wrapped Up with a Vengeance 50-20 Deere was the heavy hitter in the Pro Stock class. 7-time champion Jesse Petro piloted Kathy's Complaint the ride made famous by his Hall of Fame father Randy, into Rockwell's Victory Lane. Worcester, Ohio's Keith McConaughey slipped into the seat of the Class Act Peterbilt of Chris Wood and nearly set all 8 drive tires ablaze with a burn-it-in 372-foot pass. And the Screamin' D of Iowa native Chuck Knapp got his first since Toma in 2019 as he makes his bid for a 5th Unlimited Championship in the last 7 years. The NTPA Grand National Campaign rolls on next weekend, Friday and Saturday, July 16th and 17th, into Franklin, Indiana, to kick off the Johnson County Fair. Plus regional action hits Decorah, Iowa on Thursday, July 15th, Charlotte, Michigan on Thursday and Friday, July 15th and 16th, and Wausau, Wisconsin and Wilmington, Ohio on Saturday, July 17th. NTPAPULL.com has all the details you need to plan for a great adventure to a pole near you. Just give us a chance and we'll make you a fan. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, there you go. NTPA update. And looky here, looks like next on the list, Josh will be out once again next weekend, 23rd and 24th, for the NTPA 42nd Annual Lions Super Pool of the South at Lions Motorsports Park, Chapel Hill, Tennessee. So plan on that next weekend. Josh will be on location with the Hot Shot Secret Vendor booth once again. Then, of course, let's see, the next big straight line racing where Kyle's going to be headed back out once again. You got the Outlaw Diesel Super Series Rocky Top Diesel Shootout number 8, Crossville Dragway. That's Crossville, Tennessee. Kyle, again, on location with the Hot Shot Secret Vendor booth for that on July the 30th and 31st. It's the next leg of the Outlaws Diesel Super Series, and it's a big one. Fastest diesel drag racers around the country will be there, including the world's fastest, which is the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10. 2-day event, fun for the whole family. Qualifying, testing and qualifying Friday, at least it leads up to a gas versus diesel shootout under the lights Friday night. Saturday morning kicks off more final qualifying for the Outlaw Diesel drag racers as eliminations get underway Saturday afternoon. So lots of action to see both days, and all the racers' pits are open to the public. So you really get an up-close personal chance to meet drivers, check out their trucks. And, of course, always stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth, say hello on July 30th and 31st. It would help if you turned your screen back on, wouldn't it? Hello, Philip. What's going on this morning?
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Happy Friday.
Yeah, you too, man. Hey, SpaceX got a new toy yesterday. Did you see that?
A new toy? I did not. What'd they get?
They got their brand new drone barge came in yesterday at Cape Canaveral.
You were talking about that a night or two ago, so it's there, huh?
Yeah, they got her there yesterday. They got some work to do on it yet. They got a thing on there that holds the rocket on. It's called an octograbber. They got to install that, get it on there, and they're updating the software on the autonomous on it too as well. They got to do some more updates on that. But pretty much she'll be back in action probably within a month. It'll be going. We got 2 barges there now, so they'll be good to support. And then the other one, it went to the West Coast. It's already set up over there, so they've got everything where they need it now for the rocket side of the deal. The Starship is still going. They're doing some tests on that booster right now. They might do a static fire on it. They're not going to launch that booster. They're just going to static fire it on the rack. But it's coming along really good. The 8th section of the launch tower is being put up. I believe that's the final section, and then they'll start putting the hoist on the bottom for it. So it's going to be really cool. It's going to be crazy over there in Boca Chica eventually. So
Aren't we,
Steve,
aren't we just a couple days away?
What do you think about?
Aren't we just a couple days away from what's his name? Not Musk, the other guy, Bezos. Aren't we? Isn't he supposed to be trying to launch here in a couple days?
Yeah, he's going to be launching the 20th. And interesting note about that Bezos launch. They made a change yesterday. The person bought the ride, that $28 million they paid for the ride.
Yeah.
Well, they changed the itinerary on who's going to go. The person that bought that is not going to go right now because they have a conflict of scheduling or something with it. So what they're going to do is a guy from, I believe it's Finland, has a hedge fund over there. He bought a ride for his son, and his son is 18 years old. And his son is going to be going with Bezos and his brother and the lady up there on that launch, the 20th.
Wow.
So there'll be the youngest astronaut and the oldest astronaut, because the lady's the oldest one that's going up. So that's going to be interesting. But that's just up and down. They're not doing any orbiting. They're not going to do a complete turn around.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going up. They're going back down, but they're going up a lot higher than Branson went. It's going to be interesting, really interesting. And Pappy, I'm glad to see that space station came over, bud. I've seen it about 5 or 6 times over my house, and if anybody wants to see that, all you have to do is there's a website that you just have to type in Google International Space Station crossover, and they'll look up. You can see in your area when the space station's going to be over your house. It's really cool when you see it. It's about 2 to 3 minutes you get to see it. So, Steve, what do you think about this deal with misinformation about the vaccine?
I've been talking about that, Philip. It's pretty concerning, isn't it?
Well, this is what I'm thinking, and Pappy made a reference there just a while ago when I was listening. He said that the people of Cuba, how they want to keep them in. They don't have the right to protest. Well, you don't have to protest and stand in the middle of a street and block traffic.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually voice your opinion and protest too, as well. And it seems like to me, our government is going the way communism is, in a way, with this here. I mean, we all have opinions of the vaccine. So that means that on Facebook, we're not going to be able to post anything about the vaccine on Facebook, but we do have the right to the freedom of speech, right?
Can you have
what do you think, Steve?
Can you have it both ways?
That's what I mean. I mean, it's like misinformation. If I say something negative about the vaccine, that's misinformation. We can't get that to nobody. We can only have information that's positive about the vaccine. Okay? Well, I got news for you. There's a bad side of the story and there's a good side of the story, and there's going to be negatives and positives with everything. I just think that it's another way that they can take away our right to talk. And they're turning us no more into what that situation is in Cuba. We're not going to go to Cuba. You know why we're not going to go to Cuba? Because of the Democrats being in with the communist governments. You look at it, they're in with China, they're in with Russia. Hell, they blame Russia for everything with Trump. I don't think Trump was involved with Russia. I think it was just them. They were involved with Russia. So we need to talk to them about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think, Steve?
I'm with you on that. I mean, I'm looking at this whole, it's the censorship, one step at a time. Like Pappy said, it was, if you said that they were spying on Trump initially, that was, that's a myth. That's not true. They were not. Yeah, we're still waiting for the Durham report. I mentioned that last eve. We're still waiting, and I think that's going to come to light. Everything down the line, one story after the next, that they decide, that's a myth. Oh, the virus did not come from a lab in China. That is a fact. We know that did not occur. Well, censored people for suggesting that, and they're finding out. And again, I think that's going to come to light. It's where it came from. I mean, who determines what's truth and what's fiction?
Absolutely. Who determines that we know that everything we know about this vaccine is correct? I didn't make that stuff. Did you?
No.
We don't know. I'm not a lab guy, but I know a little bit about science. I mean, the average person can get on the internet, on their telephone. Hell, even Elon Musk even said it. You don't need to go to college anymore. You just get on that internet. You can find anything you want to know and learn it. You don't need to go buy all the books and do all this. You can go right on the internet on your computer or on your phone, and you can study and you can have as much knowledge as a doctor if you wanted to. The only thing is you're not going to have the piece of paper up on the wall that says you're a doctor and you're not practicing. But see what I mean, Steve? I mean, I don't know what they're thinking. I really don't. I really don't know what they're thinking about. I think they're really trying to take our right to speak away, because if you look at it, they're going to send somebody to my house to tell me that I should go get the shot. Isn't that like what the communists do in Russia when somebody doesn't agree with something that they got going on? They go to their house and get them. Isn't that what they're doing in Cuba right now with those folks? If you voice your opinion in protest, we're going to arrest you. That's the same thing, isn't it? What do you think?
Pretty damn close.
Yes, it is, bud. Sorry, I didn't mean to get anybody's blood boiling out there. It's just something to think about. And I think it's really a pain in the butt what they're doing now. It really is. And, it's the government's getting too much into us, and we're turning into like what China and Russia are. And I really don't want to go that way. I mean, we've already been in the socialist government as much as it is. I mean, you think about Cuba, think about Obama. He did all this stuff about us to go to Cuba. We've made our relations with Cuba better. But Trump gets in there and Trump said, hey, this is kind of a weird situation here. I think I'm going to cut that out. And he cut it out, and it made a lot of people mad. A lot of people in Miami were mad because they couldn't go back over and see their families. But there was a reason why Trump did it. And a lot of people don't understand it, but I do. And it's this exact thing what I'm seeing here with this country. We want to keep our country going the way it's supposed to go, not toward a socialist society, not toward a communist society. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I really think that's what President Trump was trying to do, and they just didn't like that. So, but that's my opinion, Steve. Y'all have a good one, bud. Thank you.
And we're all entitled to an opinion. I just very well remember when it was one of the State of the Unions when Donald Trump came right out and he said, we will never be a socialist country. And they panned over to Bernie Sanders, and the look on his face, the scowl from Bernie Sanders, because that's what he wants. And that's what his followers want. Socialism. All right, about 6 before the hour. How about another Dumbass of the Week nominee? Here we go. Ever had the idea of trying to cook a steak in the toaster? Huh. Well, this guy had that brilliant idea. A man whose attempt to cook steak in a toaster sparking a fire that destroyed his home was upset to find his insurance policy didn't pay out as much as he had wanted it to. Case was dealt with by the Insurance and Financial Services Compliance Scheme, which does not identify the person who complains or the insurance company involved. But the man decided to prepare a meal of steak and chips, opted to cook the steak in a toaster rather than a frying pan. While it was toasting, he left the house to go to the local fish and chip shop for some chips. Insurance company paid $418,000 for the damage. The maximum set could be paid under the couple's policy, but the couple felt that was not sufficient to replace the home, contacted the IFSO, saying that the insurer should pay another $200,000. Yeah, that scheme did not uphold. They did not uphold the complaint. Maximum entitlement for the pair, and, that's all you get. But, all right, that's why you get a Dumbass of the Week nomination. Fixing a steak in the toaster, no less. What's going on, Big Sexy? Good morning.
When you said that about how about another dumbass, I thought you was going to go to me. Steve, before I start up, on your app, you might want to suggest to them when I call in, use my Bluetooth to call in. When I hang up or you hang up for me, I have to go back to the app and hit play again to pick up the show again. It don't automatically go back.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way they can fix that?
I don't know. At one point, when people would call, when you go back, is it back on live or does it pick up where you left off?
It picks up maybe the last second or two. I hear the last second or two of our call, and then if you hit play right away, it'll get the last second or two, and then there's a little bit of a delay, just a small delay.
Yeah.
On the app. On the I-40 bridge, have you heard any updates on that?
Yeah, earlier this week, they announced that they found 16 more plates that need to be replaced. They don't know how long that's going to take, but it's definitely going to take longer.
That's what I was going to tell you. They mentioned that on the news. They're still saying that they hope to have it open by the end of July. I don't know how, finding 16 more, but they still say that the timeline's the end of July. Well, maybe they'll get it open. I've seen where Sarah Sanders raised $9 million so far for her campaign for governor.
I think she's got a good shot at winning that.
Oh, yeah, she's the front runner in it. And there was something else I was going to mention, but I can't remember what it was now. Maybe I'll remember after a while. But you have a good weekend, and don't remember I'll talk to you Tuesday.
All right, good to have you.
I don't want to get the Monday show because I'm not out running. But
that's you and a lot of other drivers. That's why Monday morning's always a very quiet morning. And this past Monday morning was no exception. Let's see. All right, we got time for one more quick DA of the Week nominee. It's not uncommon to hear fireworks in the middle of the night, especially like Independence Day weekend. But having one go off right on your doorstep is kind of bizarre. It is the 4th of July. They do have fireworks. It is legal, but you don't do it in front of someone's doorstep. According to Bobby Kelly, after hearing that his neighbor woke up to a video which shows a person ringing her doorbell, then running off, lighting a firework in the yard. If they were to come to my home and do that, it would be pretty scary for my wife, my grandson, my dog, and my neighborhood. The NBC viewer who sent the doorbell video, like the Ring doorbell video, did not want to be shown on camera, but said they were not the only ones targeted by the fireworks fanatic. It's kind of like the ding-dong ditch thing. They're hitting the doorbell, the Ring, lighting fireworks, whatever it is, to go off right on the front porch there. You know, I mean, what? Yeah, I never did it personally, but I mean, I bet some of you guys probably did. I'm sure Spaceman did when you take the dog crap and put it in a bag, a paper bag, and light it on fire, ring the doorbell, and whoever opens the door, tries to stomp the fire out on the porch, but it's full of dog crap. It's ding dong ditch, right? Kids being kids, come on. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast, 3 a.m. Eastern Time, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Los Angeles County will once again require masks indoors, even for people who are vaccinated. Public health officials say there's a spike in cases of COVID-19. The White House is now pushing back against tech companies for allowing coronavirus misinformation to spread.
We've increased disinformation research and tracking within the Surgeon General's office. We're flagging problematic posts for Facebook that spread disinformation.
Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy said COVID misinformation is a serious public health threat. During a White House meeting between President Biden and German Chancellor Angela Merkel, the president said the two pledged to work closely together in the continued battle against the virus.
We need to fight COVID-19 pandemic everywhere to strengthen global health security for tomorrow, so we're ready for the next pandemic.
This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA. Or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A justice on the High Court is considering stepping down. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
U.S. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer says he hasn't decided if he'll stay on the bench. Some Democrats are calling for him to step down so President Biden can name a younger liberal to the court, while Democrats hold the majority in the Senate. The 82-year-old justice said it would depend on his health and on the court. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This weekend, another heat dome is expected to become established in the northern Rockies, and this will cause temperatures to skyrocket once again. In the Northwest, triple-digit temperatures are expected, and records will probably be broken. Excessive heat watches are already in effect in parts of Montana, but it's not the only state where record highs could be tied or broken. Heat is expected to expand into Idaho, Wyoming, and Utah. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's MyPillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. MyPillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Special Operation Forces are ready to begin clinical trials on a pill that may inhibit or reduce some of the effects of aging and injury. USA's John Clemens reports.
It's all part of the military's effort for improved human performance that will delay aging, while it also prevents onset to injury. Navy Commander Tim Hawkins tells us the pill could enhance mission readiness.
We're working with leading industry partners and clinical research institutions to develop a nutraceutical in the form of a pill that is suitable for a variety of uses by both civilians and military members.
This anti-aging pill could one day improve performance characteristics that typically decline as we grow older. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
A former UN ambassador is speaking out on violence in America. USA's Lance Pry reports.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley on Fox News gives her point of view.
Defunding the police is what caused this spike in crime, but I also think they're never going to admit it. But look, they admitted it at the voting box when they elected Eric Adams, because here's the guy that's saying, no, we don't need to defund the police. We need more troops on the streets. Whether he's right or not is a shift that shows Democrats are trying to get out of this hole they dug, but they dug it really deep. I mean, they've caused crime waves across this country.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment. for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as we get another hour underway. The liberals in New York, they're on a rampage. Yeah, what's new? Steve sent me a link to the email that Lindsey Graham sent out yesterday. Something about, let's see, I'll go to war to stand for Chick-fil-A. He said, since I told you yesterday about defending Chick-fil-A from liberal attacks, the left has gone nuts again. I hope we don't have to, but I'll go to war for the principles Chick-fil-A stands for. Great food, great service, great value. The latest insanity comes from Notre Dame, where liberal students are outraged by the idea of a Chick-fil-A coming to their campus. I called them out and stood for my favorite chicken sandwich restaurant, just like I did when New York Democrats wants to ban them from state rest stops. This is dangerous, my friends. It's time we push back on the liberals' insane cancel culture. He goes on to say, God bless Chick-fil-A. But yeah, New York, there's 4 New York state legislators that have written open letters pushing to block Chick-fil-A from being included as an option at the state's rest stops because they have a history of donating to anti-LGBTQ groups. The New York Thruway Authority that oversees the highway system last year made a deal with the investor consortium Empire State Thruway Partners, leasing the rest stops for 30 years. Yeah, this is owned by Apple Green. Apple Green is required to spend hundreds of millions on rebuilding improvements and renovations, $51 million in rent. In return, the company can keep most of the proceeds from the businesses at those rest stops. The Thruway announced last Wednesday that some of the restaurants included in the reopening rest stops will include Shake Shack, Popeyes, and, heaven forbid, Chick-fil-A. New York State has long stood on the right side of history supporting the LGBTQ community. This decision flies in the face of our progressive values, said one Democrat assemblywoman. The Thruway Authority, a public benefit corporation, must immediately drop all plans to allow Chick-fil-A to operate on New York State property. Discrimination and bigotry have no place in New York State. Donations made by Chick-fil-A and its chief executive officer continue to support efforts that cause harm to the LGBTQ plus people nationwide. Followed up by several other letters, Chick-fil-A told the USA Today Network, the New York, in a statement, we want to be clear, Chick-fil-A does not have a political or social agenda. We welcome everyone in our restaurants. We're proud to be represented by more than 180,000 diverse team members nationwide. We strive to be a positive influence in our local communities. What more can they say but the progressives? Oh, we're progressives. All right, back to the phones here. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Sommers. LGBTQ USA up. Imagine that. You know, that Chick-fil-A around my hometown there, that's the busiest restaurant all day long, buddy. That line is wrapped around that thing, and they're all the way out in the street, man, just buying them chicken sandwiches there. Even Mama Knucklebuster and my grandbabies go in there all the time, too. So, hey, we continue to support them there. I like what old Governor Ron DeSantis said when he was speaking during a religious liberty summit hosted by the Alliance for Defending Freedom. He argued that politicians need to do more than embrace a checklist of conservative positions. He said they should have the backbone and the wherewithal to be willing to stand for those right things when the going gets tough, when the lights get hot, when people are throwing stuff at you and are trying to smear you. That is really where he thought the rubber met the road there, see? And I agree with him wholeheartedly there. Well, let's get to some more of this baloney here. Brooklyn-based Van Leeuwen ice cream turned the cheesiness of Kraft macaroni and cheese into their ice cream to create the Kraft macaroni and cheese flavored ice cream.
Yeah.
That just ain't right, Steve. Yeah, I know it. I like ice cream, and I like macaroni and cheese. Well, my own macaroni and cheese. I don't eat that Kraft junk. But anyway, well, my macaroni and cheese, what's his name? That guy from England there. I think he's from England over there. It'll come to me in a minute here. But anyway, he would be proud of my macaroni and cheese there. That's some good eating stuff there. Well, we got another dumbass out of Florida too, Steve. They took a man into custody early Thursday after they found him abusing an alligator and trying to throw it up on the roof of a building. He said he was trying to teach the alligator a lesson. Well, that didn't work out too well for him there. But anyway, guess what his name was, Steve?
What?
Bubba. I sent the link to you there. You can read it if you want to. All right. That's all my baloney for right now. We'll call back in that loneliest hour, brother.
All right, I'm looking here. Okay, yeah, that was out of Daytona, apparently. I just got that email. Really? Holding it by its tail. Let's see if I can pull up the full story. I mean, it is Friday. That's our... But William Bubba Hodge. Bubba strikes again. Daytona, Florida police said they took a man into custody. I don't want to see your pop-up ad. Come on, close out already. After they found him abusing an alligator trying to throw the reptile on top of a building, as he said. Fox 35 Orlando reported that Bubba Hodge, 32 years old, citing an arrest report, Hodge is accused of taking the alligator from an enclosure. He stomped on the alligator, slammed it into an awning, and allegedly told officers he was trying to teach him a lesson. Now charged with animal cruelty, which is a felony, and several other offenses. The alligator was returned to the Congo River Gulf. I guess that's the golf course. Okay. Question I've got is, what kind of lesson was he trying to teach him? What are you teaching him? You're not supposed to bite people. Hey. Our number is 844-844-3388. Reuters apparently raised a few eyebrows Wednesday, sounding the alarm on the COVID pandemic implications of the historic protest that erupted in Cuba this week. They published a story with the headline, Cuban Protests Risk Exacerbating COVID-19 Spike, citing concerns from the Pan American Health Organization over the Delta variant that is spread globally could infect Cubans and tourists. The gathering of individuals for protests increases the risk of transmission, in particular in cases such as Cuba, where you have active transmission in many areas over the last week. 34,000 plus new cases reported. So Reuters shared the story on Twitter, which then sparked rather intense backlash from many other media critics. Even the likes of Newsweek, the opinion editor, reacted, "This is a joke, right?" Journalist Glenn Greenwald asks, well, was this true of the sustained nationwide protest last summer? You know, when the Black Lives Matter and Antifa were gathered by the thousands in the streets all over the United States? Let's see. Babylon Bee CEO Seth Dillon says, unlike the Black Lives Matter protests, Cuban protests risk exacerbating the COVID spike, huh? See, they didn't want to call out the BLM protests. They want to call out the Cuba protest. Real Clear Investigations senior writer says, what the hell is wrong with the media? Besides everything. And that's pretty true. That good stuff. What's wrong with the media? Besides everything. Hello, horse feathers. Hello, horse feathers. All right, I think maybe we dropped. We must have lost horse feathers. Well, he'll dial us back up. So with that, we've cleared things out. Got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Time for a quick 2-minute timeout. We come back with more, rolling into a Friday. What's on your mind? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I took advantage of the moment there with clear lines, took care of the phone reset. Good to go. You're on a Friday morning. I guess now's as good a time as ever to give the update. Kind of odd that it came up in last night's program. I was talking to Pappy and I said, yeah, whatever happened to the Durham investigation? You know, William Barr had the investigation going into the origins of the Russia collusion, delusion, the whole hoax. He passed the torch on to John Durham. And we were supposed to have some sort of final report. Hell, the middle of about this time a year ago, we were waiting for it. Yeah, the summer of 2020. I said, well, it's going to be later. And then fall rolled around. Well, then it's, okay, we're too close to the election. We're not going to release this kind of information before the election. Well, now we're 6+ months post-election. Still nothing. What's going on? Marsha Blackburn brought that up this past day, the senator. And a number of issues she brought up. What's going on? The White House and the Department of Justice must provide more answers concerning the activities of President Biden's son, Hunter, including revealing the names of who's buying his artwork for a large amount of money. We'd like to know what's going on, the Tennessee Republican says. He's going to make millions of dollars selling these paintings, but the American people aren't going to be allowed to know what the paintings sell for and who's purchasing these paintings. She added that Hunter Biden has most likely been under investigation by the DOJ for a bit longer than the past 6 months, considering they took possession of his laptop during the presidential campaign. And also considering some of the deals that he's constructed while his father was serving as vice president. However, it's going to be very difficult to get answers on these matters and other issues, including the status of Special Counsel John Durham's report concerning the origins of the FBI's Russia inquiry in the 2016 campaign. We are right now working on a letter pertaining to the Durham report, she said. Why have we not yet received the Durham report? What stage of the investigation is it in? And what's happened to the investigation with Hunter and Biden's brother Frank and sister Valerie and Biden Incorporated? What is the extent to which Joe Biden himself was involved in these deals? Where's all the investigations gone, right? Marsha said, my constituents are fed up with a two-tier system of justice and the double standards. Democrats are treated one way, Republicans are treated another way. Then she went on to say, here we go, the big tech, the big media, and big Democrats are all in cahoots together, including how the Bidens have been handled. They did it during the 2016 election, the 2020 election, the 2018 midterms. They're doing it during the COVID. They've done it in how the Bidens were handled and what we're allowed to know or not know about them and their transactions. People are wanting answers. Every dollar the federal government spends is taxpayer dollars. So they're footing the bill for all of this. They deserve the answers. She also commented on the protests in Cuba, saying the protesters there are tired of 62 years of dictatorship. And Biden must say he has a line in the sand when it comes to the island's regime. People in Cuba have no food, no water, no electricity, no jobs. You're probably going to see them achieve some significant changes as they push towards democracy. Standing with the Cuban people is going to be an imperative. Biden needs to say, we've got a line in the sand. If you start harming or firing on these protesters, all options are on the table. The ball is in the president's court right now. Seems like Biden tried to indeed come out yesterday, and he did make some sort of a statement. What did he say? I guess the word has got up to D.C. that everyone, Republicans, the people around the country, saying, he issues this press release, and the question was if he even had read the press release about Cubans are upset about not having enough vaccines. So we had Angela Merkel yesterday, and he actually made a worthwhile statement where President Biden said, quote, communism is a failed system, universally failed system. I don't see socialism as a useful substitute, but that's another story. So actually calling communism a failed system. He also called Cuba a failed state. He has said we're considering a number of things to help the people, but it's going to require a different circumstance or a guarantee that the measures would not be taken advantage of by the government there. Now, I said if we allow Cubans here in the U.S. to send some money back to their family there in Cuba, that would be one option that's off the table because it's very likely that the Cuban regime would just confiscate the money. We've got a COVID problem there. And he said, I'd be prepared to give significant amounts of vaccine if, in fact, I was assured that an international organization would administer the vaccines and that the average citizen would have access to the vaccines. He also noted how they had cut off access to internet services and said we could take measures to remedy that situation. We're considering whether we have the technology to reinstate that access. Someone sent me a message a few minutes ago alluding to the fact that he heard that they had reinstated internet access there. I'm not sure. You see, all those comments from Biden after Republicans criticized Biden for failing to address what's going on there. But the commitment's a whole lot short of what they were suggesting. Miami's mayor called on the administration to actually consider using airstrikes to support dissidents against the 62-year-old communist regime. Day before that, Marco Rubio said the U.S. Should be prepared for special forces from Russia to be arriving on the regime's behalf. I could see that happen. Russia to the rescue. We've got to quell the emergence of these protests, just like they do in Russia. The protests, widespread shortages of basic goods. According to the country's state-run telecommunications company, that was taken, internet service was cut off the same evening that the protests got underway there. So that's the latest developments. But yeah, Marsha Blackburn, where is the Durham report? Or we're all sitting back, watching, waiting. Why are we just expecting the clock to continue ticking and just forget about it entirely? Oh, that's all ancient history now. Never mind. It's water under the bridge. All right, lines wide open here on a Friday morning. Getting set for the weekend. Jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. I think we'll load our latest news update here. Get back to your calls. As I said, the phone reset completed. All good to go there. Meanwhile, coming up in the state of Texas, day number 4, right? We're losing track of time, where the Democrats are hiding out in Washington, D.C. Yeah, the Texas House Speaker this past day, Dade Pelham, apparently has chartered a plane that is setting in Washington to bring the lawmakers back to the state's special session in an effort to compel the Democrats to return. I'm chartering a plane. It will be on standby in Washington, D.C. on Saturday, he says. I am demanding all of our colleagues in D.C. contact my staff immediately to secure your seat on the plane and return to Austin in order to do the state's business. The state of Texas is waiting. Hello. They don't want to pass the election integrity bills there in the state of Texas. Abbott, the governor, vows to keep calling special sessions until they reach the quorum that they have to pass this vital legislation. And again, he's still advising that they're going to risk being arrested when they return to the state. All right, news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Surgeon General has issued an advisory.
Today, we live in a world where misinformation poses an imminent and insidious threat to our nation's health.
Vivek Murthy is calling for a nationwide effort to stop the spread of dangerous misinformation about COVID-19.
All of us have to ask how we can be more accountable and responsible for the information that we share. And those of us who may have larger platforms, I think, bear a greater responsibility.
He says the false claims have led people to reject vaccines and public health officials, putting people at risk. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is to be interviewed on Saturday by investigators with the state attorney general's office, which are looking into sexual harassment allegations against him. The Democratic governor has been accused by several women of inappropriate touching and offensive remarks. He's apologized and said he's learned an important lesson about his behavior around women. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Back at it here on a Friday. A couple from the email bag. First, Mike says, go back and listen to Biden's statements. Yeah, they're even playing them on your news breaks. The statement he made yesterday that made my ears perk up was, we need to do all for Chi-Com 19. We need to get ready for the next pandemic. Listen to your news break. Just what do these government goons have in store? I don't know, is he talking about? I mean, a new pandemic can emerge anytime. That's always been the truth, but I don't think this one would have emerged were they not doing the research they were there in Wuhan, the engineering. Chris says, hey, Steve, I'm ordering some product from Hot Shot Secret. I forgot the coupon code. What is it that we put in at checkout? If you can email that to me, I'd greatly appreciate it. Love the show. Yeah, I'll respond with an email as well. But for our listening friends, it's simply Overnight Drive. Anytime you're placing an order at hotshotsecret.com, just type in Overnight Drive at checkout. That gets 10% off your order. Don't forget you can get an additional 10% off, total of 20% off your order for first responders, veteran or active duty military, CDL holders. They do need like a copy of your, if like you're a veteran, like I guess it's a DD-214, is that it? Or your military ID for the active duty. They want a copy of like your CDL for a CDL holder. Yeah, for, proof that you are who you are. Where's you? That's racist, isn't it? Making someone prove who they are just so you can order some product? My. Right? That's the mentality of the Democrats. It's racist to make you prove who you are, to vote for who the next president of the United States is going to be. But that's their mentality. So, yeah, very simple. Overnight Drive. There's the code. And it's 844-844-3388. And get back to the calls. Not sure who it is. Duck. Denny.
Good morning. No, it's supposed to be Lugnut Louie, but he's out. He's a little bit too intoxicated tonight to take the phone call. So we're riding shotgun, and I decided to make the phone call. This will be Lugnut Louie. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you. Lugnut Louie. Okay.
Yeah. Are you looking very patriotic this morning? No one could ever accuse you of not being American.
You damn right.
That's right. That's exactly right. Well, how are you doing this morning, Mr. Sommers?
Doing well, Lugnut Louie. What's happening out there on the road tonight?
Well, things are going great so far. It's a nice, clear night. I won't tell you where I'm at because I'm in an undisclosed location. So we're hauling material that's very dangerous and something like that. But, Steve, I'm really upset about something, and I need to get it off my chest if you don't mind. I'm still pretty peeved off about this so-called wrestling match that didn't go down. I was promised a $10,000 cut, a sign-on bonus, free food, free hotel, and a spot at the watermelon roast, and none of that came to fruition, as you would say.
Hey,
so I'm pretty burnt out about it.
This
so.
isn't the complaint line. You need to talk to Boink and Doink. They're the dumbasses that didn't show up. They got arrested. That's not my fault.
Well, I've got their number, but I want to first give a few thank yous out to a few fine folks. Well, mainly Jolly Green Giant and Sex Maniac, them two Dayton freight drivers down there, Barron, Ohio. They're great Americans. And may I say, old Jolly Green Giant, he could make an old rotten skunk laying alongside the road dead taste like French fries from McDonald's. That's just how good of a cook he is. But anyway, I digress, Mr. Sommers. As I started to say, I'm pretty upset that I've lost out on this money by that no-good two-bit hustler, Big Goose. And so I want to extend another invitation that him and Oink and Doink and Fly Rod and He-Way, they get together and they have a match in the fall here sometime. So I'm putting a call out challenging them to put it together, and I'll be the MC. But we really need to get this cleared up. All this speculation has been going on for months, and drivers have paid up $10,000 for these fine cookbooks, and they've been left holding the bag. Don't you think that something needs to be done about this?
Something needs to be done, yeah. It's kind of a shame that the cicada season is so short. Those cookbooks aren't much worth a damn right about now.
Well, you're right about that, but I think them fine folks at F&H Enterprises are cooking up another scheme of some sort, I'm hearing. But, Steve, the boys wanted me to ask you a question, a couple of questions, because everyone puts you high up on the pedestal, except for that two-bit hustler, that puppy-stealing, donkey fart sniffer down there in Dayton, Ohio, that Big Goose. That no count lazy yahoo. But anyway, these guys want me to ask you a couple of questions. Mainly, have you ever milked a goat?
I have never milked a goat. No, I've not. I've never milked a chicken.
Okay, well, have you ever spread peanut butter on a sandwich before?
That I've done. Yes, I have.
Do that?
Yes, I've spread peanut butter on a sandwich. Yes.
Okay, well, have you ever farmed wheat?
I've never farmed wheat, no.
Okay, a couple more here. Have you ever had to slice your own French toast, or do you have your butler do that? You know, you're very famous, and we're pretty sure that because of your wealth and the magnitude of your famousity, that you probably don't have to do a whole lot. You probably don't have to change your own pants. You probably have your maid to do that.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I don't have a butler. I have not reached that status yet. I do have a princess, but she makes me get her drinks. So,
well, Steve Sommers, you're a fine American example of patriotism and all those things. And on behalf of all these truck drivers out here, including myself, we just want to thank you once again for all that you do, your sacrifice that you make each and every morning between midnight and 5 a.m., keeping us awake and doing all that you do. That's a true testimony of just what a fine man you are.
Well, thank you very much.
I'll back out of this. You're welcome.
Thank you, Lugnut Louie. All right. The MC. The MC. All right. Where do we leave off there? It's 844-844-3388. Pappy called earlier, and I think he's pretty serious about, with the whole infiltration, the woke movement, the cancel culture, the BLM entering sports across the board, the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NFL, that he's pretty much done with baseball. I reckon he won't be tuning into any football this fall. With the 2021 NFL season about 8 weeks away, fans should prepare to witness another round of virtue signaling and social justice messaging. according to Front Office Sports. Sources told the outlet the league, the NFL, the league is bringing back many of the race-oriented elements featured last season. They are considering making the so-called Black National Anthem a prominent part of the league's events. Lift Every Voice and Sing. The Black National Anthem was played before Week 1 and during the Super Bowl for the 2020 NFL season. The source tells Front Office Sports they're bringing back a lot of elements from last year. Lift Every Voice and Sing will be played before the September 9th NFL kickoff game between the Buccaneers and the Cowboys at Raymond James Stadium. Television viewers of games can expect that they will hear both that song and the Star-Spangled Banner before broadcast of major games such as opening night and the Super Bowl once again. Furthermore, as part of its decade-long $250 million commitment to help fight what is considered systemic racism, the NFL will promote social justice via on-field signage, decals on players' helmets, in-stadium public service announcements. End zones will again include messages such as "End Racism" or "Inspire Change." The NFL and teams allow players to carry out racial protest activities at the games, including kneeling when the national anthem is played. The divisive trend started by Colin Kaepernick and officially encouraged last season. We, the National Football League, condemn racism and systemic oppression of black people, says Commissioner Goodell. We, the National Football League, admit we were wrong for not listening to NFL players earlier and encourage all to speak out and peacefully protest. We, the National Football League, believe Black Lives Matter. I personally protest with you and want to be part of the much-needed change in this country, says Roger Goodell. As part of the social justice promotion last year, players were allowed to emblazon their helmets with the names of people killed by police, such as George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, slogans like Black Lives Matter. The league's looking to bring back helmet messages this year. According to the report, it has not yet been finalized. So there you go. I mean, the kind of things that, if you ask me, this is not really bringing the country together. This is just continuing to drive a wedge between people, between races, continuing to portray a narrative of, quote, systemic racism. It falls right in line with the whole critical race theory education in the schools that they're trying to promote. I don't understand. But who am I to know? What say you? All right, we got lines available at 844-844-3388. A Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we've got some listeners there in Rochester, New York. He checks in every morning on the social media outlet. And I thought, well, maybe he can chime in on that. Sounds like, the violence in Rochester is just, so it's just like equivalent to Chicago or Baltimore. What's going on in Rochester? Data shows that the rate of murder per capita in Rochester, northern New York, actually exceeds that even of Chicago, one of the most notoriously violent large cities. Local officials embracing police intervention with federal assistance to combat the gun violence there. Speaking last week, the Rochester interim police chief, Cynthia Sullivan, announced that a federal task force is going to be working over the next 60 days to try to curb the violence, the gun violence in upstate New York. Would you all agree that if police were the answer, we wouldn't have this issue right now? She posted to some of the activists at the news conference before admitting data gathered by the Monroe County District Attorney's Office determined some suspects are released too quickly, according to WHAM. There have been 37 homicide victims in Rochester so far this year through July the 12th. The latest FBI data available from 2019 shows the Rochester Police Department serves a population of 205,000 and some change. That means so far this year, Rochester has 18 homicide victims per 100,000 residents. That rate is higher than that of even Chicago. Now, Chicago has seen at least 382 homicides. But the Chicago police serves a population of 2,707,000, according to the latest FBI data. So that means so far through July the 11th, Chicago has 14.1 homicides per 100,000 residents. The time has come for everyone to stop thinking of us versus them as the community versus the cops and start thinking of us versus them as the community and the cops versus the violent offenders. Somebody has a let's come together mentality. Hooray! As we've heard repeatedly today, this is not a problem we can arrest our way out of. This is not about color. This is about stopping violence. So if a lot of crime and violence is happening in communities of color, do not the law enforcement, the law-abiding people in those communities deserve to feel safe where they live and work? It's not all about color. It's about removing criminals wherever they might be. And he could say whatever color they might be. Kennedy's based out of Buffalo, represents 17 counties in the Western District of New York. Kennedy's the guy, that's the U.S. Attorney, James Kennedy, that was speaking at the press conference last week. But violence in Rochester. Hey, good morning, Steve.
Hey, Steve, good morning again, and happy Friday again.
Thank you.
Yeah, that article on the NFL, Steve, I'm glad you read that. Just another thing for me not to watch. I can spend time doing something more enjoyable. You know, back in the heyday of the Bulls, when I lived in Chicago, I used to love watching basketball, Steve, in the late 90s, early 90s, late 90s, when the United States wasn't systematically racist. Remember those days?
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Same with baseball, Steve. You know, I didn't even know the NBA Finals were on, Steve. I had no clue. I don't even know who won. And you know what? I don't give a damn. And the same with baseball, Steve. I haven't watched one baseball game this year. I told you when they moved that All-Star game, I was boycotting baseball. You know, T-Mobile gives me that free app to watch the games. I haven't watched one damn game. I don't even know who won the All-Star game. And you know what? I don't give a damn. And I used to be a huge baseball fan, Steve. Huge Boston Red Sox fan, where I was born and raised. And I hated you Cincinnati Reds in 1975. I'm sure you remember that World Series.
Ah, yes. Absolutely. The Big Red Machine.
That was probably the greatest World Series ever. You know, that's when we weren't systematically racist, Steve.
Yep.
That's when you could sit down and enjoy a baseball game, not have to worry about politics. This crap is in our face every day. I can't even turn on the TV anymore to watch the History Channel, to watch Discovery. Steve, every other commercial is about racism, about gender. I mean, they play the same damn gender commercials with these two girls coming out kissing. They must play it 50 times during a movie. It's sickening. This is all propaganda. You know, we're supposed to change our lives for basically, what, 1% of the population that is LBGDQ or whatever the hell you call it? It's sickening. It really is sickening. But, you know, with the NFL, like I said, just another reason for me not to watch sports again, Steve. This Marxist movement has destroyed everything that Americans love. And, you know, it's probably pretty much coming down to apple pie. So, you know what? You can't eat apple pie. That's racist. I mean, it's just sickening.
Yeah.
It really is. You know, I was reading this one thing, Steve, about these celebrities that were in Cuba back in the 90s and early 2000s. All these actors and rappers and all of this, shaking hands with Fidel Castro, Steve. I don't know if you saw that. These Hollywood entertainers. And one of them, who I used to be a big fan of, was Kevin Costner. He had the biggest smile on his face. They got a photo of him with his wife, meeting Fidel Castro, shaking his hand, and just smiling at this guy.
Wow.
I mean, yeah. I'll send you the article. I saved it. It's pretty amazing. And I'll tell you, Steve, for the last couple of years, I really liked Kevin Costner on that show, Yellowstone. But you know what? I'm not watching it anymore. I'm not. It's just, you know, I've had it. And you know, our great author talks about this in the last chapter of the book, Steve, which you should be getting tomorrow. And I hope you dig in and start enjoying it. He talks about in chapter 7 how we can deal with these corporations and these, you know, all in for the revolution companies, what we can do to fight back. Democrats are big on boycotting, and that's what we need to do. We need to start boycotting these Marxist organizations. They got a lot of nerve with Chick-fil-A saying, because they donate to anti-gay groups, that we're going to kick them out in New York. Well, Steve, isn't the NFL donating money and advertisement to a Marxist Black Lives Matter organization?
Absolutely.
Who have openly come out and said that they're a bunch of Marxists?
Absolutely. Now, they're not going to say it, but yeah, they're donating to it. Yes.
They have said it, Steve. They've come out openly and said it. The lady that got all that attention for buying millions and millions of dollars worth of homes, mansions, she's come out and said she's a Marxist. All these founders have come out that run these chapters have said they're Marxists. But is the NFL supporting them? MLB supporting them? The NBA? Screw them all. Don't watch it anymore. Don't give them your money. Don't buy their jerseys. Don't buy their baseball cards. It's pretty sad you can't buy your grandkids baseball cards now. It's I don't know. I just don't know what this country's coming to. But the hypocrisy. We'll support Marxism and Black Lives Matter, but we're not going to support the Chicken Man and Chick-fil-A. What a joke. Anyway, Steve, I hope you get that link to the podcast, because that really he digs down deep into that book and explains a lot of stuff in there. So you should be getting it tomorrow, and I really hope you enjoy it.
All right.
Get yourself a copy of American Marxism, buddy. You'll love it.
And just so
Steve,
you know,
have a great weekend, man. Enjoy the pool.
Just so you know, it was actually I had the FedEx package on my porch when I got up this past evening, so it is in my possession. I've already got it. It's here.
Awesome. Enjoy it, Steve. Have a good weekend.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much. We get our final hour just ahead on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Surgeon General has issued an advisory.
Today, we live in a world where misinformation poses an imminent and insidious threat to our nation's health.
Vivek Murthy is calling for a nationwide effort to stop the spread of dangerous misinformation about COVID-19.
All of us have to ask how we can be more accountable and responsible for the information that we share. And those of us who may have larger platforms, I think, bear a greater responsibility.
He says the false claims have led people to reject vaccines and public health officials, putting people at risk. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is to be interviewed on Saturday by investigators with the state attorney general's office, which are looking into sexual harassment allegations against him. The Democratic governor has been accused by several women of inappropriate touching and offensive remarks. He's apologized and said he's learned an important lesson about his behavior around women. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
Nearly 40 million American families with about 65 million children are now receiving the first payments from the new expanded child tax credits that were created by President Biden's American Rescue Plan. USA Radio's Lance Pry has more.
Important changes to the child tax credit will help many families get advance payments of the credit starting Thursday. The IRS will pay half the total credit amount in advance with monthly payments. You will claim the other half when you file your 2021 income tax return. To qualify, you must have a 2019 or 2020 tax return and claim the child tax credit on the return. See irs.gov for complete rules. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A Maryland jury has ruled that a man who killed 5 people in the Capital Gazette newsroom in 2018 is sane and therefore criminally responsible for the mass shooting. Gerald Ramos, 41, faces 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
A famous musician is fighting communism. USA Radio's Tim Berg has the story.
Cuban-American rapper and pop star Pitbull is calling for the world to support anti-communism protesters in Cuba.
People that we're so proud of, people such as Jeff Bezos, Cuban-American, graduated from a high school in Miami, built one of the biggest companies in the world, the richest man in the world. He's somebody that can get involved and really help us on what we got. All we can do is create awareness.
Pitbull posting a 2-minute video on Wednesday that he called a message to the world. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Taliban fighters in Afghanistan have captured another strategic target as the terrorists continue their advance across the country. USA Radio's John Clemens reports.
The flag of Afghanistan was ripped from the pole at the main border crossing with Pakistan as Afghan forces fled or surrendered. Instead, the Taliban's white flag with a black Quranic verse was flying in its place. Former Admiral John Kirby, now the Pentagon spokesman, said Afghan forces continue to receive U.S. support.
They have the advantages. They have better capabilities than the Taliban in the air and on the ground, and they are certainly going to continue to have American support financially, logistically, and through assistance and maintenance.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let me see. Somebody sent me a link this morning of... I guess it was a crash that occurred about 11:30 this past evening. Thursday night, 11:30, Walton, Kentucky. Serious crash that shut down the 71-75 at the split there near Walton. It appears multiple vehicles were involved. Massive backups. No word on injuries. Boone County Sheriff's Office investigating the crash. So that's... I had not seen that yet. All right, thanks for the heads up. Hey, good morning, Neighbor Dave. What's happening?
Good morning, neighbor. I'm just driving through the rain on the way back from Chicago, as usual.
Yeah.
And I was, I listen every night. I don't know quite. Well, first, let me say I listen every night on Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo, which is kind of nice. It's much better than just listening on the speaker on my phone. But I don't know how to start the rest of this. I take great exception with one of your callers. okay, and he was just on the air.
Okay.
Who the hell is he to tell me what I should do? It's like listening to the damn Democrats. Who in the hell is he to tell me whether I should watch sports or not, or do this, or do that, or do whatever? What a dumbass. He doesn't listen. He loves baseball, but he quit listening to it. Loves football, but he quit listening to it. Well, what else are you going to let him take away from you? I could give a damn less who advertises for who. I like sports. I'll watch every damn sport there is on TV. I'll watch golf. I'll watch soccer. I'll sure as hell go to the Bengals games that I've been going to for the last 50-some years. That must be the most arrogant prick that ever walked the earth.
So do you not? Do you feel okay, justified supporting a group that supports the Black Lives Matter and the Marxists in this country?
Steve, we all support this. We all support that. I'm not watching football to support somebody. I'm watching football because I enjoy it. I watched some of the All-Star game. I didn't see all of it, but I watched some of that. I listened to your show. Now, I happen to support your views, but for somebody to tell me, it's like the Democrats telling me I got to do this and do that. That prick that called in a few minutes ago, every night he calls in, he's preaching, oh, you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that and blah, blah, blah. Well, kiss my ass, because I almost, once upon a time I had a problem with Lobster calling in because I thought he was the most arrogant person on the face of the earth. And I still kind of agree with that. But this guy, every night I listen to him, and I'm sure these views aren't going to be all that popular, but I just had to call in. Who the hell does he think he is to tell me what to do? I'm very opinionated. I've always been one to do whatever I'm going to do. Yes, they do support some things I don't agree with. They also support some things I do agree with. This is not a perfect world. You and I don't always agree. We agree a lot about a lot of things, but we don't always agree. But for somebody to tell me, well, don't do this and don't do that, that's BS if there ever was.
Well, maybe
and I don't usually get angry and get on a rant.
Maybe a way of presenting the message. If the way of presenting the message, if it was, can you justify supporting the Black Lives Matter movement, which the NFL and the MLB are all head over. I mean, it sounds like the NFL is going overboard to support because their agenda is saying systemic racism exists in this country, which it does not. And if you're buying tickets to the game, you're supporting the narrative that systemic racism exists in America, Dave.
Yeah, but I'm also supporting the fact that the NFL, the Bengals in particular, and Mike Brown support financially Children's Hospital, cancer research. The Reds do the community fund and have done it for as long as I can remember. They support Little League Baseball. They support many things that I believe in. Yes, they support some, as well as I do. I don't believe in them. I don't agree with them at all. But should I stop supporting them when they support so many other things that I agree with? That's my problem with people preaching. it's not like I'm going to turn the radio off because of one caller, but
I hope you don't.
I'm not going to, but I had to call. I was burning up mad when he got done. And most nights I am when he calls. Don't tell me what to do. I don't give a damn who you are, whether you're the president or you're some kid walking down the street with a sign holding Black Lives Matter. That is BS. And he's the biggest. He should get the dumbass of the award a week or of the year or of his whole damn life. Don't tell me what to do. I'm a thinking American. I'm 66 years old. I've made good decisions. I've made bad decisions. I've supported some people that I shouldn't have, and I've supported some things that I should have. But I just feel sorry for the guy. He proclaims that he loves this or used to love this and used to love that, and now he doesn't watch it because they're supporting somebody. Well, look at the flip side of the coin and look at the good things these teams support, because they support many good things, many good charities. In our community, the free store. The Bengals have a free store drive every year. Toys for Tots with the Marines. The Bengals support that. So I shouldn't support the Bengals or shouldn't watch or buy my season tickets because they support Black Lives Matter? Big deal. Look at the good things they support. And this cat only looks, I don't know, he must look in the mirror in the morning and I don't know what he sees, but that's just, I don't know. I'm just burning up mad, Steve. I'm just burning up mad. Everybody wants to look at the negative. Look at the positive. These teams put more than hundreds of thousands of dollars into these organizations in our community.
No.
That help the community.
Well, I guess my point would be I can send a donation to the Free Store Food Bank. I can make a donation to Toys for Tots. I can do all those things that they're doing without supporting them.
Well, I guess that's true. But I once again, this guy proclaims that he loves sports, but I'm never turning them on again. And I guess he liked Kevin Costner as an actor. Now, I do understand that, though, because I don't think I've ever watched anything with Jane Fonda in since the 60s. I understand that part, but I don't get the rest. They do lots of good things for the community. They bring business into the communities. There's just so many goods they do that outweigh. I know you've made bad decisions. I've made bad decisions. I think, and here's the other thing. A professional sports team almost has to support Black Lives Matter. Hell, 3/4 of the team anymore, and since the 60s and on, till now, hell, the Bengals are probably 75% black team.
Sure, but the idea, no one ever said black lives don't matter, Dave. This goes back to the whole argument of all lives matter, and the Black Lives Matter singling that out is that if you don't support them, that you don't support blacks. That's a false narrative. Systemic racism does not exist. There are good cops and bad cops. There are racist whites. There are racist blacks. I agree with all that. But, I mean, I don't know. I can. We'll agree to disagree on the idea. Someone suggested, say, ask Dave, do you support the Hells Angels and the Outlaws? Because they support charities and Toys for Tots.
I support any individual's choice to make their own choice as long as they're not breaking the law, as long as they're not hurting other people. I do not support Black Lives Matter. I do not support socialism for sure. You and I have talked enough. You know what I don't support. I'm not shy about voicing my opinion. Never have been, never will be. But I won't let anybody else tell me. You shouldn't watch sports. BS. I call BS. He might as well be Joe Biden telling me this or telling me that, or thinking. Maybe he looks in the mirror and that's what he thinks in the morning. I don't know, but yeah, we'll just agree to disagree. And, you know, I still see you, still be glad to go out to dinner and all that. And I don't disagree with you.
I understand.
I just disagree with his arrogance.
And so everybody, the idea that everybody has free choice, because, I mean, obviously, I mean, looking at the All-Star game numbers, I mean, second lowest rated in history. The whole idea of pulling the game out of Atlanta, political correctness, supporting this false narrative that election integrity is racist. I mean, I understand there's so many things that are going on in the sports community that they're standing up for things that I can't back, Dave.
I understand. I don't back them either, but it's not going to keep me from watching sports. I think pulling the game from Atlanta and moving it to Denver is going to hurt them, in the long run, and it should hurt them. That was a ridiculous reason to do it, but they're under pressure from their players. I don't know.
We don't have all the answers.
I don't like arrogant. Yeah, I don't like arrogant.
You know what we got? We got two different sides of a story this morning, Dave, and that's what hopefully we can continue to do that in America.
Absolutely, and that's why I felt the need to call after he got done with his whatever, his opinion.
Yeah, right.
Anyway. It's starting to rain pretty good here.
All right. Well, I see
you're raining down by us.
Not at this point. No, not yet. But at least you made it out of Chicago without getting shot. You made another trip in and trip out safely.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, thanks for taking my call, neighbor.
Hey, thanks for listening in. Thanks for checking in. It's neighbor Dave. All right. Little behind. We get a quick break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, an action-packed Thursday. What do you say? Hey, who's next up here? Back to the calls we go. Look at there, where your ears burning earlier. There's the inbred redneck. Where the hell you been?
Oh, buddy, I've been busy. I've had broke down trucks and everything else, buddy. I tell you what, I've had hell out of these old Kenworths, buddy. Daggone DEF systems messing up on them and everything else. Buddy, what y'all talking about, man? I just got up a little while ago.
Oh, I said we hadn't had a whole lot of talk about cryptocurrency and whatnot as of late, and you crossed my mind. I saw the story about the two brothers that disappeared with like $3.6 billion worth of Bitcoin a few weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. There's some crazy stuff going on with all that. You know, McAfee killing himself, everything else, you know. I've sort of checked out of it, buddy. Tell you the truth, I still keep an eyeball on it, but I have figured out a long time ago about right before the presidential election and right after the presidential election is when crypto explodes. And the rest of the time, you might as well not even pay attention to it, you know?
Because it just kind of sits around and hovers.
Yeah, for the most part. You'll have a little spike here and there, but nothing great, you know. So, I mean, that's just the way I do things. I mean, other people can do it other ways, you know. That's the great thing about crypto. There's always something moving. And the way I look at it is, as long as there's movement in the market, I can make money off of it. So, you know, you play the shorts just like you do off of Wall Street and everything else, buddy. You know?
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, there's all kinds of crazy things you can do with crypto. But, buddy, the reason I called, heard on the news there, old Pitbull, the rapper, he's trying to get people to get behind the Cuban people. A lot of people don't know this, Steve, but Cuba is trying to block the airwaves, buddy. They're blanking out the ham radio band.
I saw where they're trying to block out communications with the outside world, right?
Yeah, buddy. Cut off the internet. I mean, if you're really that great, you know, all these people think the Castros are great. Why would you want to, you know, silence them? You know, it's, you know, all you have to do is look at Stalin and the Russians. You know, if you want to figure out something, look into the Aral Sea. I mean, the Aral Sea was a large body of water that actually affected weather in Central Asia. Well, Stalin and them were so smart, they ended up draining the Aral Sea, rerouting water from rivers to start cotton farms in Kazakhstan, you know. I mean, that's all people have to do. That's all people have to do is look into that. If you think the environmentalists are right, the communist system is right, just look into that. You know, that'll tell you everything that you need to know. But, buddy, I called about BLM. I heard your neighbor Dave, he was a bit tore up about it. Hey, I get what you're saying. You don't want anybody telling you what to do. But at the same time, now, daggone it, your viewership of these programs are supporting these organizations which are supporting BLM, which they've tore down America, if you ask me, Steve. Over $6 billion worth of damage. Now, is this really a homegrown organization, Steve, when you got Coca-Cola, NFL, all these other guys slinging money into this organization? And daggone, I seen the number today that would shock people. almost $11 billion have been donated to BLM, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And where's the money at? Where is the money? What has the money been put towards? Pretty much all I've seen is the money has went into a select few people's pockets. And to me, it looks like a big money laundering ordeal to me.
Mm-hmm. I don't see any big growth in building community outreach programs in Chicago and LA and New York City and all these people that are actually out there on the ground looking to help, support, and educate and feed the black community. That's an awful lot of money that could go into things like that, is it not? Yeah. Yeah, then, of course, Black Lives Matter. Again, Steve's correct that they were founded by Marxists. They responded to the crisis in Cuba by blaming the United States for the suffering of the Cuban people that they've had to endure. It's our fault? That statement, yes, they made that statement after pro-democracy demonstrators waved American flags and protested for freedom over the weekend, which led the communist government to cut off internet and crack down on those yearning to be free. Quote, Black Lives Matter condemns the U.S. federal government's inhumane treatment of Cubans, urges it to immediately lift the economic embargo. This cruel and inhumane policy, instituted with the explicit intention of destabilizing the country and undermining Cuban rights to choose their own government, is at the heart of Cuba's current crisis. If that's not the most insane statement in history, it's a communist country. They don't choose their government. Since 1962, the United States has forced pain and suffering on the people of Cuba by cutting off food, medicine supplies, costing the tiny island nation an estimated $130 billion. Okay, it's our fault. And now, and these are the people that, I don't want to support them. And I know neighbor Dave doesn't want to support them, but you got to pick and choose how you do or don't support them. And with that, we get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Surgeon General has issued an advisory.
Today, we live in a world where misinformation poses an imminent and insidious threat to our nation's health.
Vivek Murthy is calling for a nationwide effort to stop the spread of dangerous misinformation about COVID-19.
All of us have to ask how we can be more accountable and responsible for the information that we share. And those of us who may have larger platforms, I think, bear a greater responsibility.
He says the false claims have led people to reject vaccines and public health officials, putting people at risk. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is to be interviewed on Saturday by investigators with the state attorney general's office, which are looking into sexual harassment allegations against him. The Democratic governor has been accused by several women of inappropriate touching and offensive remarks. He's apologized and said he's learned an important lesson about his behavior around women. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, where'd we leave off there? Okay, real quick, before I get back and finish up with the inbred redneck. And once Black Lives Matter made that statement this past day, moments after the posting, major backlash. Rightfully so. Mark Hemingway says, so how much of the American establishment last year went to bat for an organization that is quite predictably defending the oppressive communist regime? Also, contra this obscene statement, the Cuban communist regime remains very actively racist. Carlos Corbello says, deplorable. This organization has chose to stand with the oppressive dictators who've murdered and enslaved innocent Cubans of all colors since 1959. The people responsible for all the death and misery in Cuba are the mostly white men who Black Lives Matter has now embraced. Giancarlo Sopa says, disgusting. Despite the Cuban dictatorship's murdering and beating of protesters, many of them black, BLM's statement on Cuba condemns the U.S., praises the Castro regime, and makes no mention of the atrocities being committed by the dictatorship. Couple of other notable quotes. This is insane. Whoever wrote it should have to read at least one real book about the Cold War and not one by Howard Zinn. Rita Panini says, Marxist BLM, standing with Cuban Marxist, naturally. A.G. Hamilton, very revealing. These organizations are releasing statements openly parroting the anti-U.S. talking points of the communist regime that the Cuban people right now are risking their lives protesting against. Sheena Grettens, this is really, really bad take here. Supporting a dictatorship is the opposite of supporting Cubans' right to choose their own government. Yeah, Steve Miller says, hey, by the way, where did the millions go that BLM collected in donations last year? The statement include a support for some Assata Shakur, who is an FBI most wanted terrorist and cop killer. The fact that BLM continues to support her should tell you all you need to know about this horrible organization. Lastly, I'm shocked that the organization founded by trained Marxists has now released a statement in strong support of the genocidal Castro regime. But kind of the same question Redneck was asking, and yet where'd all those millions or billions of dollars go that they raised? All right, Redneck should be back up with us here. Take two, if it'll pick it up. It's not one. Maybe he had to hang up. I tried to put him back in queue. All right, let's try Pup. Are you there?
Hey, morning, Steve.
Morning.
Hey, do you still get those texts at the same phone number?
Texts.
Yeah, I thought when you first started, you said you can text at the same number. So
the 844-844. You know, I don't really check that all that often, to be honest with you. I try to kind of keep more of an eye on the streaming comments through the YouTube and Facebook stuff and all that.
Okay. I seen that wreck down there. It is bad. I seen it on my way to Lexington, and on my way home, it was still all blocked up. And the guys going southbound said they still had bodies laying in the road. But it somehow 5 or 6 cars and a Jordan flatbed and a big truck all got into it. Looked like somebody hit the big truck in the side because his trailer split. But if the guys get off going north at Crichton, they can run 25 north. Now, that's a pretty skinny road and curvy. But like Eskimo Mom, the way she comes home and stuff, she'd probably be better off running up to Indy and across to Dayton. But was hoping that you'd read that text, but I had to go in the terminal. But as far as Steve goes, he's got a point. It is getting pretty sickening. You can't even sit down and I hardly watch an hour of TV a day, and there's at least 2 or 3 of those stupid commercials with the alphabet community in it or something. But, and as far as neighbor Dave goes, if he would take a audio jack and plug it into his phone and into the radio, then he wouldn't have to wear his headset all night and listen to it over stereo. But he really ought to check how much percentage of money that they give that Black Lives Matter versus those other charities. Yes, the other charities are good, but if they were so proud of it, they'd also put that on their helmet too, or down at the end of the end zone, but they don't. So, and like Joe Pag said, whoever came up with Black Lives Matter, that was a hell of a marketing scheme, because you can't hardly refute it. But if it really did, wouldn't all those big superstars get together and go up there and try to clean Chicago up?
You would certainly think. And I mean, and that's all the money they've received. Where's the transparency? Where has it actually gone? Because I mean, people are in good faith giving donations, thinking it's going to help support black communities in big cities all around the country. And the black people, I mean, where's it actually going?
All it is filling a handful of people's pockets, and the rest of it's just propaganda, really. No. There's nothing where you see that money going and, like helping, giving money to a tuition for somebody going to college or something like that. I've never seen that yet, or helping poorer kids buy supplies for school, or something like that. You just don't see that. So I wish you'd just take a step back, not telling him what to do, by God, but and look at that. But other than that, Steve, you have a good weekend, and I don't think that wreck's going to be cleaned up anytime soon. If you could look up maybe some sort of Cincinnati news station, maybe they've got what happened there. So. All right, Steve, have a great weekend.
All right, Pup, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. All right, let me see some of the comments here. They're communist activists that have poisoned pro sports. But these black union members won't live anywhere near, black areas. Boneheads. Let's see. Eskimo Mom says, if people want to improve society, it needs to start with individuals making choices to be that ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. Hired Gun says, Steve, the BLM money went to buy that founder chick a couple of new multi-million-dollar homes. Follow the money. She has purchased, what was it, 3 or 4 multi-million-dollar homes? One of the original founders. All right, who's next up here? I'm not sure the name. Papillion is what it says in front of me. Who we got?
Captain Ron again.
All right, what's happening?
I heard Lignot Louis say that this was the complaint line.
I told him this is not the complaint line.
Well, I don't know. There's been some upset people calling tonight, so I thought this was the complaint line.
What's your complaint?
But anyway, I was gonna throw my complaint in there too.
Okay.
I was watching that. I was watching the wrestling channel that they have down here in Tampa. And they were advertising this big wrestling event at the Casa Sommers Hacienda, somewhere in a secret location in Ohio. And on the card was supposed to be Hogzilla and Big Goose and Tony Feathers and Boink and Doink. And I thought it was going to be pretty good. So it was for $19.95, I could subscribe and I'd get this free cookbook. Well, when I went to watch the show, it said due to circumstances beyond their control that it was canceled. So, and I still don't have my cookbook yet.
Oh,
this
really?
Cicada cookbook.
Yeah,
Have you heard about that?
I'm not surprised. Moose told me that you've all been shystered. You've been swindled.
I had people that was going to come over, and I had a big old plate of. I had a cheese platter. I had head cheese on there and Limburger cheese.
Oh, yummy!
And some liver cheese. I even had some Famunda cheese on there. And I had a crock pot of chicken feet going.
Chicken feet. Oh, man.
I had, some chicken feet. I had some Spam hors d'oeuvres going and some bologna roll-ups. I still got a whole bunch of that left. You're still batching it, aren't you? Princess still gone?
No. The Georgia peaches are going to be boarding the plane today. I'll pass on the bologna roll-ups there. I'll be fine. Thanks for your offer, though. Yeah, a crock pot full of chicken feet. I'm glad he wasn't able to make it when all is said and done. Let me see. Somebody want to talk about the NFL? Who we got?
This is Sam. How you doing, Steve?
Hello, Sam. What do you say?
I haven't talked to you since you left that station, or they left you.
Yeah.
So, hey, but this deal with the NFL, I understand Dave's point, but Steve's more right because the fans just need to quit going to these games. If you have season tickets, hey, tell them I want my money back. They have to reimburse you. But it goes down to the leadership of these organizations like the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's the leadership. Quit trying to, they're going to lose their fan bases, and I think you're going to see it here this year. People aren't going to go to these games. They're tired of it. They just want to go to the game and enjoy the game. They don't want politics involved. And I think that's why you're seeing more people go into NASCAR races, IndyCar races. They're not getting political. They go out there and they race the race, and that's what I like about racing. They're not political.
I mean, in this day and age, everybody's trying to walk a fine line, but it really does seem like Roger Goodell is taking it to the next level, bending over backwards to kowtow to the BLM movement. I mean, I'm with you. I'm supporting you. We should have listened to the message earlier. So he's actually jumped on the bandwagon supporting this narrative that there is systemic racism in the law enforcement community in this country, which, I cannot buy that in any form or fashion.
Well, you go to the Indy 500. What do you see mostly? Now this year I went because thank God, but you look at the Indy 500. What do you see out there in the crowd? You see a lot of Indiana State Police, a lot of county sheriffs, but they're protecting everybody. And that's what that's what I like about the Indy 500. And it stands for those who fought for this country. And you're taking the NFL, and these players, they make millions and millions of dollars a year. Quit your crying. If you're going to take that money that you make, go back and put it in your community. Quit your crying. Play the game and shut up. And I think you got to agree with me on that one, Steve.
I think what Steve was saying earlier was, yes, he loved baseball back in the day, and he loved football back in the day before politics infiltrated everything. Politics and not just political correctness, and these narratives that you have to support this group or that group, and if you don't support them, it's people. And I think Dave just shows up because he wants to watch a damn football game. There's a lot of people that do. We all want our entertainment. The weekend rolls around, you think, How can I get away from it this weekend? I just really get away from the politics and all this. And the last thing we really need is to have that shoved down our throat when you sit down in the seat at a baseball or a football stadium or any venue for that matter. Yo, Knucklebuster.
Oh, thanks for taking me back there for the final hour there, Mr. Steve Summers. There's no racism in the police department. I've been locked up on more than one occasion. I was locked up by a black man one time. I was locked up by a white man. So there ain't no racism in it. You do something stupid, they'll lock you up. I can guarantee that there. I got one more dumbass for you. He's out of Memphis, Tennessee. Well, I don't know who the dumbass was. It was either the man that stole the ambulance or the people that left the key in it out there in the street. So they were inside delivering a patient and left the thing running. Guess what? He gone. He took a free ride to North Memphis with it, and they ain't found him yet. So I don't know. Maybe they'll find out who it is there. I'm going to be on vacation next week, buddy. So I'll try to call you, but I can't make no guarantee. If I'm spooning with Mama Knucklebuster and got that big hooter in my right hand, I can't tell her that I'm getting up to call Steve. She ain't going to want to hear it, right?
I hear you.
Anyway, y'all, I got to buy me a new baseball cap now. I got to buy me a new T-shirt from Steve Summers Overnight Drive store. And I got to buy me some more Hot Shot Secret Sticks and Eliminator because she dumped the last of it I had out over my head.
Well, now you know.
But like I said, it worked.
Don't just buy one.
It took the stiction right out of my butt.
You always have to have a backup. Don't buy one, buy two. Two of each, right? Then you're covered. All right, one final note here, which I guess it just came out here a few hours ago, that I know they had a hearing there in Arizona, the state senator sharing some of the findings out of Maricopa County for the presidential election audit last year. There was like a 2-hour hearing. Yeah, I saw it linked up where you can go back and watch, but I had not yet had an opportunity to do so. Following the 2020 presidential election, amid then President Trump's claims the election was stolen due to voter fraud, state senators decided to conduct the audit to validate the integrity of the county's election results. Among the findings revealed at Thursday's hearing was the fact that there was no record of 74,000 ballots received and included in the 2020 election results ever being mailed out. Now, Joe Biden won Arizona by 10,457 votes. According to the statement, now I get why Maricopa County and the Biden administration fought tooth and nail to prevent an independent audit. 74,000 absentee ballot mail-in records missing, 25,000 duplicates, voter rolls a mess, bleed-throughs, tens of thousands of ballots on demand, administration password issues. What a disaster. Arizona Republican chairwoman says canvassing is necessary. It's the only way to know if the problems are real problems or just clerical mistakes. There are 74,000 ballots that came back. There's no indication that they were ever sent out by the county. The FOIA shows the logs do not match. A number of additional inconsistencies regarding ballots and documents related to ballots were found during the audit as well. Things like duplicate ballots. Okay. The plot kind of thickens. With that, all right, we'll wrap it up on a Friday morning. Yeah, a good show. Thanks for being with us through the late night, early morning hours. See you back here Sunday night, the midnight hour. Get the new week underway, and maybe we'll have more details out of Maricopa County, but that's kind of a bombshell, just kind of breaking this morning. Have a great weekend. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.